join us today. I think it's a wonderful opportunity for us to embrace new relationships as we go forward.
It is my pleasure to welcome you all to the 6th edition of Nigeria International Energy Summit. This summit provides for us a unique opportunity to come together, to share knowledge, insights, and to discuss the challenges and opportunities that face the energy industry globally.
The theme of this year's summit is topical, as it resonates with current operating landscape and is truly thought-provoking. Global perspectives for sustainable energy future. I'm sure participants will spend the next 4 days deconstructing this concept and what it truly means for our industry within the Nigerian context.
We expect that deliberations during this summit will identify solutions towards sustained development of Nigeria's resources, particularly gas as a transition fuel.
We are promoting the development of cross-border regional energy infrastructure. We see this as critical to making energy accessible to our people. We want to banish the mindset that our people are too poor to buy energy, so we have to look for those with the purchasing power to buy our energy.
The Nigeria International Energy Summit (NIES) is the brainchild of the Buhari administration, and I'm extremely proud of what the summit has become in the last 6 years. It is therefore my privilege and honor to declare the 6th edition of the Nigeria International Energy Summit open, and I wish you fruitful deliberations. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Okay, so it's powered now. Right, fantastic.
Push that little
When you're done talking.
over to you.
Okay.
Explained it earlier. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Let's get all the technical issues out of the way. Good morning, distinguished audience. I'm delighted to welcome you to this session, the CEO Roundtable, discussing building energy for tomorrow. My name is Rosario Osobase. I manage the N.I.E.S business in Nigeria. I'm honored to be leading this session and discussing with the top energy executives in Nigeria. We all know and we can agree that our world is currently going through and facing very numerous challenges, including global energy volatilities, volatile pricing, ongoing conflicts with Ukraine and Russia, the recent OPEC plus cuts. These events emphasize the need for Nigeria and Africa to divest their energy sources to ensure greater stability. Additionally, with the incoming administration in Nigeria, there's an opportunity to create a roadmap to address the challenges we face in the industry and create a more resilient pathway to our energy future. This includes unlocking investments, ensuring reliable and accessible energy, investing in technology and infrastructure, and building human capacity needed to drive innovation and growth. Developing a sustainable pathway or an ecosystem in Nigeria, and not just Nigeria, Africa, would also include meeting the growing demand of our populace by stimulating economic growth. It presents an opportunity for Nigeria and Africa to become leaders, thank you, to become leaders and, thank you. Thank you. That's what we call women supporting women. Love you, my ladies. Okay, I'll ease into this shortly. Okay, our panel today are a team of experts. You can all agree that these are first-line CEOs in their various companies with a wealth of experience and knowledge. We'll hear from them on the company's vision for the future of energy in Nigeria and strategies to address the challenges we're facing, their perspectives and the role of collaboration and partnerships in achieving this goal. Our discussion will focus on key areas around the PIA, the decade of gas, funding and investment, energy security, infrastructure, technology, and human capacity. Our goal is to gain insight on how we can work together to achieve a sustainable future. And without much ado, we would go ahead and begin the session. I will just go in order of the representation I have in terms of the names I have. And before we delve into the question, or take a deep dive into the questions, I'll take a 1-minute opener from each of the panelists, starting with Total. Victor, if you can share some opening remarks, on what you think about this topic, and then thereafter we would go to the next person. Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much. It's a wonderful experience to be here with all of us. I think the topic of this session, building energy for tomorrow, there's nothing we can say about it. It is extremely apt for the country. It's apt for the industry. It's apt for us, the people that belong to this sect. Why do I say that? We have lived through a session where the government has declared this decade as a decade of gas. And I think all operators have embarked on some sort of project to make sure that this is a reality. In my own small corner, Total Energies, I've seen a lot of progress that we've made in this direction. One is that we've done a significant push on meeting all domestic gas obligations that we have signed with the government and with stakeholders. We've continuously enriched our portfolio in gas. And to that extent, I want to say categorically that we've launched projects now that will take care of all our obligations to the country in the last 2 years. We have the Ubeta project in the onshore that have been launched and which should be delivering substantial gas to Nigerian market and for export. We've done significantly well in the new energy sector also, pushing in all areas, especially in solar. So the company I stand to represent here is a company that is present in all the known sectors of energy in Nigeria. So we are in the downstream, we are in the upstream, we are in the midstream. And to emphasize even on the downstream, of all the 550 filling stations that we have in Nigeria, more than 50% of those have been solarized completely. So they run on solar energy. This is a testimony of our deliberate action to move things from the ordinary and to move into the future. I think I will stay there before the questions come. You said 1 minute. I think I've done 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. You've said a lot of things, and I think what's interesting about some of the points you've addressed is the fact that we can see that Total Energies is leading the cost on a fully integrated energy system, for Nigeria. So that's very good. I'll come back to you to take you up on some of the comments and the initiatives that you have mentioned. But for now, we'll go to take the opening comments by Dotun, ExxonMobil. Dotun, please.
Good morning, and thanks for having me on the panel too. I'll stay a little bit high level with my comments, and I'll start off with a few statistics that I picked up from Lamin Barrow yesterday. He said over 600 million Africans are energy poor, and that about 1 billion Africans do not have access to clean sources of cooking fuels. That's a huge number for me. And what it means is that a whole suite of energy sources will be required to bridge that gap. So when I think about the future, when I think about a sustainable future for the African continent, I think about the continent's ability to bridge this gap, to meet up this demand using both fossil fuels and renewables. We've got all of it. We've got oil, we've got gas, we've got the sun, we've got solar, we've got the wind, hydro, it's all there. What's missing for us on the continent is the investment to put in the infrastructure that will get these resources to production and productive use. And I'll also take another statistic that he mentioned yesterday, which is about $100 billion will be required on a yearly basis over several years to bridge the gap. So it is imperative that the African continent, and Nigeria specifically, builds investor confidence to attract the dollars that it needs. The Petroleum Industry Act is a really promising start in this regard. It brings with it fiscal certainty because you can pick up a document and run your numbers against it and determine whether you're interested in pursuing the opportunity. There are still gaps, especially in the administrative aspects, but all in all, it's a promising start. The other aspect is competitiveness. Africa needs to ensure that our opportunities are attractive so that we are able to attract the $100 billion required on a yearly basis over several years. So I'll stop at that. It's all about making the African continent competitive and ensuring there's certainty, build investor confidence, and our future will be secured.
Okay, awesome. Very good stuff. I hear you say that the PIA is promising, and I do agree with you on the progress we've made with the implementation of the PIA. I'll come back to you later on some of the follow-up questions about the PIA, but in the meantime, let me take the 1 minute opener from Dr. Philip. Philip, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I think talking about a sustainable future has to start with describing what that future is. If we take 2050 as a timeline, by that time the world's population should be approaching 10 billion. Most of that population would have come from Africa and parts of Asia. Nigeria's population would have doubled by that time. So can you imagine a Lagos with twice the population of people that are there today? If you take that doubled population in Nigeria and you begin to ask yourself, where's the energy going to come from to serve these people? That is the future that we're talking about. And so the question is, how are we going to provide for that? And it cannot be what we've traditionally done in the past. It cannot be oil-driven. We have to factor in the energy transition as well in that. And so within Nigeria LNG, we've essentially put our strategy on 4 pillars. The first is about ensuring safety in everything that we do. The second is ensuring that we have all the gas that we need to provide the maximum amount of LNG that we can ship out. The reason is that's where the revenue comes from. And that revenue is critical to our economy. It's one of the things that drives this economy. At some point, NLNG contributed 1% of Nigeria's GDP. Then we talk about growth. At the moment, the Train 7 project is progressing very well. We expect that when completed, that will add another 35% to our LNG capacity for export and therefore for revenue. But we haven't just stopped there. We're also looking at the domestic market. And the area we're playing in is LPG, both butane and propane. And this is not just about providing cooking gas for people, it's about displacing the traditional means by which people have always cooked in the past, which is hazardous to health. So firewood, charcoal, and all of those things. And so we committed to putting 100% of our LPG production into the domestic market in order to make that contribution directly into this market. There are so many other things that we're doing, but the 4th pillar is for me one of the most important, and that's the energy transition. And it's about how do we future-proof our business? How do we ensure that 30 years from now, we can be even more competitive in the international market than we are today? And so there we're looking at various things to ensure that the energy transition is something that we are ahead of and not just following, but we're also looking at how we deploy technology, and particularly digital technology. And thirdly, we're looking at how our people can also be transformed and prepared for the future. And we believe that with all of these things, we're able to make our contribution towards that future. But we've also gone beyond our fence to look at what can we do to contribute to the wider plan or strategy that the country has. And so we have been strong supporters of the Decade of Gas, both financially and otherwise, to ensure that that takes off. We have a solid plan, and I believe it's one of the best plans we have ever had. The question is, are we going to implement it? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Philip. Yesterday, on the panel on humanizing energy, there was a case for the growing demand of energy and the need to humanize it. And I think your comments just confirm that point, that the growing population or the anticipated growth would also contribute to driving the necessity for us to jumpstart or fast track, the energy supply for our economy. So this is good. I'll take you on several other questions relating to the Decade of Gas and some of the initiatives with LNG Nigerian LNG very shortly. But I'll pass the baton now to Dr. Osage. Osage, please. What are your opening remarks? 1 minute.
Rosario, you awarded me a doctorate already. It's a good place to start.
Right.
Well, thank you. I share the views raised by several of my colleagues on the panel. One statistic that always haunts me is the sheer numbers of young people in our population. I think one statistic has that some 65% of our population, over 60% at least of our population, are under the age of 25. So if you have such a vibrant young population, presents an opportunity, but also presents a major threat. So as we talk about this energy for the future, we have to, I would say we shouldn't be too quick to be discriminatory in terms of the energy sources. It shouldn't be this or that. I think it should be all of the above. As somebody mentioned, we are just uniquely placed as a country to be rich in all energy sources, whether it's liquids, oil, it's gas. The solar industry is taking off big time. Mini grids taking off big time. So we should be in a position where we harness our resources, the broad range of our resources, to the level where our country and our continent benefits from it. We have made the point that gas is a transition fuel, so understandably, I would imagine that much of our discussions at this panel will be on the role of gas. But I don't think we should be too quick to dispense of the other energy sources. Liquids are actually quite important to us. We might try to pretend as a country, but frankly, much of our revenues are still coming from that space. As a former Minister of State for Petroleum said, you almost need oil to transit from oil. So we do need oil, so let's not be too quick. The world itself, as we have seen in recent times in the aftermath of the Russia-Ukraine conflict, you can see how countries are falling back to their traditional sources of energy. Some even went as far as going back to refire their coal plants. So let's not be too quick in our own country to suddenly say we have pivoted entirely to one energy source and then ignored our other energy sources. But I'm a firm believer that gas is indeed the transition fuel, and we have gas in abundance with 600 plus TCF of gas resources that we are blessed with. We need to see how to make it work, and the likes of Philip here are helping in that space, but we also need to think a lot more about how we can use our gas resources to drive economic development so that this very young population have access to jobs. We have stability in our country, because if we don't find a way to put these young people to work and create employment opportunities, we have a problem. And gas is a very big part of that effort. So let me pause here from the doctor.
Thank you, Osage. Dr. Osage, thank you. Okay, I'll move on to Rick now. Rick, I think you're next with your 1 minute. Osage has said a point around our abundance of resources and our need to continue to harness that resource in a perspective that is not a one-size-fits-all. I would like to hear your opening comments around, the future of, energy for Nigeria.
All right. Good day, everybody. And first, let me apologize to everyone for missing the welcoming. I got caught up in a conversation, so again, I apologize. But thank you for the opportunity to be with you today. So my opening remarks may not answer your question directly, but we can get to that. Really, for Chevron, for our company, achieving a more sustainable future means drawing on our culture of ingenuity and of our people to solve problems, come up with solutions for the future. And it also means being an outstanding partner with our host governments, with businesses around the world, as well as with the communities where we operate. And I think some of you may know we currently rank as one of the top producers in the region, Nigeria, Angola, Equatorial Guinea, and we have interests in Egypt, Republic of Congo, and Cameroon. We led the development of the West Africa Gas Pipeline, which delivers Nigerian gas, supplies Nigerian gas to Togo, Benin, and Ghana. And we continue to take actions to lower the carbon intensity of our operation. And I think that's the starting point to sustainability. And so some examples of that are we've reduced our routine flaring by over 97% over the last 10 years. And we remain ahead in terms of supplying on-spec gas into the domestic market. And so very focused on monetizing our gas resources. We continue to enhance gas utilization within the country as we look for opportunities with notable multiplier impacts. So gas to power to enable the manufacturing sector, supplying gas into fertilizer facilities to support local agriculture on a larger scale. So these are some of the things we're doing towards this transition to gas as a preferred opportunity. So just to wind down, we're committed to supporting efforts to further unlock the potential of Africa's oil and gas resources to sustain, and where economic opportunities exist, grow our traditional oil and gas production in a safe, reliable, secure, affordable, and ever cleaner manner going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Rick. You mentioned a couple of points, You mentioned a couple of points around your targets in lowering carbon intensity. I would like to delve deeper into this aspect very shortly in your next round, mainly focused on some of the initiatives that you have mentioned and some other initiatives around your success in the JV so far. I would like to delve deeper shortly. I will go to Austin now. Austin, your 1 minute, please.
Thank you. And thank you very much, distinguished audience. Sustainable energy to the African continent carries a slightly different meaning from the general notion of energy transition from fossil fuels to green energy. Sustainable energy for the African continent means that we're going through a major paradigm shift from energy export, which is what we have seen in the last 60 years, energy export. We're going away from energy export to ensuring domestic and regional energy security. Think of what 1 BCF of gas per day delivered to the entire West African subcontinent we do to the electricity generation and firing up their industries across West Africa. The backbone infrastructure, the West African gas pipeline, is there. All you need to do is expand it, and you can deliver that volume. Think of what an additional 2 BCF of gas delivered across Nigeria we do to our industrial base, we do to our energy security. So I'll spend 60 years running a rental industry, collecting rent from the industry to fund our budgets and try to fight poverty. We haven't succeeded. We now need to move away to ensuring domestic energy security, because that will be the base for firing up our industry, fighting poverty, creating jobs, and ultimately being able to take care of ourselves. Unfortunately, this is happening at a time where we still have substantial resources of gas and crude oil, and funding is thinning out from where those funds usually come from. So we need to think out of the box and ask ourselves, how are we going to fund the optimization and monetization of our vast gas and oil resources to be able to fund the transition to green energy? And the Nigerian independents that I represent, and in particular the 2 companies I'm associated with, They are the heart of this journey. And that journey is to ensure domestic and regional energy security. We are beginning to see it even in the refining, even in the midstream space, where we are heading towards a situation where half of our production as a country will be refined domestically. That's where we're headed, and that's where the independents are headed. Thank you.
Thank you, Austin. And last but not the least, Alex, can you give us your 1 minute opening, please?
Thank you very much. I think my elder industry colleagues have done a good job of setting the tone. For the first time in the history of the world, we're going to see energy growth and demand outstrip average economic growth across the world. In a time where the energy mix is still being contended, and I say contended because the largely developed West have a view of what the energy mix should be, and a sustainable Africa, just as my brother has just spoken about, has a different view. So what is our role as independents? We see that 80% of that energy growth is going to come from developing countries. We will see the 20% that is held by the largely developed countries start to optimize the energy usage per capita. We are going to be the energy consumers in a time where the energy to be consumed is being defined by somebody else. I think that message needs to sink in. I say this just to buttress the point of our youth population that was talked about. I say this to buttress the point about our poverty index across the continent. I say this to enhance also the point about intra-Africa collaboration, whether it's energy, whether it's trade. We need to get impatient about delivering value and development to our people. The molecules of oil in our grounds have to be excavated with urgency. I'm not talking about gas, I'm talking about oil. We need to create the balance sheets that will fund the transition. We can talk about gas, and we've seen the PIA has come to make that journey a little less torturous. Those that have been in the industry for 10, 15 years know if there's no oil, nobody's investing in the gas. We've seen that shift come, and whilst the PIA is not perfect, it is a starting point. We must build on top of that, but more importantly, also understand that very quickly the PIA can become obsolete because of the pace of change. So as we build that, we all recognize there's definitely a gas push. It is a transition fuel. We are the leaders because Nigeria is a gas province with a little bit of oil. And in investing in this gas and developing it, we all know it's the single lever for developing our industry, for kick-starting our economy, and taking us into the age where we can truly compete with the rest of the world. Renewable energy is not forgotten. On the continent, we lack scale, and that's why 2% of the total funds available for renewable projects makes its way to Africa. 2%. We are 20 or 30% of the world's population. Again, another person is defining our future. So for me, the VP said something about being victims. We have everything it takes. We have the oil to create the balance sheet. We have the gas for the transition. We have the renewable energy, the sun, and all the other renewable sources to compete in that renewable sphere and develop projects that are bankable. But most importantly, renewable energy is interesting. We have to figure out how to capture and save it. and that requires precious metals, which we also have. So if you look at the energy value chain, we shouldn't ask from the rest of the world anything, but just be impatient in developing what we have. Thank you.
Wow. That was very passionately commented. I do agree with you that we cannot let others dictate the pace of our development and our energy mix. So it's a good point you raised. You also raised some points around intra-Africa trade and energy development. And it would be good to have a follow-up, in your next round on some of the initiatives Oando is taking to build and domesticate local capacity and promote, ingrown or homegrown capacity development, if I may. But I'll go now to Victor, back to you on your first question. I've seen Total Energies has a commitment of net zero by 2050. I think 10 years behind or ahead of Nigeria's targets. I think Nigeria's target is 2060. It's interesting to see what initiatives you have ongoing. I heard you mention a few in your opening remarks, but it would be good to shed more light and educate us all on the progresses you're making with the initiatives around solarization, also around your OML 58 and your electric vehicle charging. It would be good to understand what progress you have made and how you're reducing the carbon emission by some of these initiatives.
So thanks. It's my favorite domain. So I think, as you said, there is a lot of actions that are being put in place. But these actions are deliberate actions. They are actions that, as a company, you just say, this is the way we want to go. So Nigeria, I will focus more on what we're doing in Nigeria with some references to what we're doing globally. So 2050 is actually our global target. And for that, we have to be compliant in Nigeria as a subsidiary. But to get to that stage, we have three axes. I think the first axis is the level of responsibility that we take as a company. And I think our history tells that story very well. Even before this talk of renewable or change or global warming and stuff, we have decided to be a responsible company. As we speak, we do not flare in most of our installations routinely. I can say that my gas produced today, about 95% of them are utilized. And my company will stop routine flaring in the year 2023. There will be no place where Total Energy is operating that will have flaring. So that is deliberate action. And this did not start today. It's something that has started for the past 15, 20 years, and we've been progressive about it. That's why I can make that pronouncement that before the end of this year, we'll stop flaring on any installation where Total Energy is present. I take point on responsibility again to say that over the years, we have been consistent in development, making sure that all infrastructure that we have are fully utilized. What do I mean about this is that, so when I have 2 FPSOs on the Deepwater axis, I am desperate to make sure that these FPSOs are fully utilized. And that leads us to continuous development in both oil and gas. And it's important. It's the only way for you to fund new projects. So Total Energies, we're drilling exploration well. I have an exploration well to drill in the year 2023 or early 2024 in the Deepwater, an explo well. I have drilled an explo well in the JV to consolidate on the assets that we have in the JV. And this year, we've just finished drilling an Explore well. It's been tested. The regulators are aware of that. It's a well that has just been completed, and it's going to add value. So we need to continue to consolidate on the things that we know how best to do, oil and gas. And we are desperate to continue in that mode. Now, for the future, we know that we need to be a bit more conscious of the relevance of gas as the transition fuel. And to this extent, we've launched those projects I talked about. So Ubeta project in the onshore is already in the detailed engineering stage. And what we mean to do with that is to complement all the gas resources that we have in that block. Total Energies have only one block on the onshore. And this block, I can tell you, the community around there, they've not known darkness for the past 25 years because we supply electricity to that community. That is sustainability. It's a deliberate action. And now my company has branded itself as a multi-energy company, and not just for branding's sake. So we acquired the second largest solar company in the world. We acquired solar power, SunPower. Anybody can Google it. So we acquired this company. We have 100% ownership of it as from 2022. It's a deliberate action. And you will see that even in our downstream operations in Nigeria, all our filling stations, we have about 540 filling stations, and about 50% of that are being run 100% on a daily basis on solar panel. So it's telling you that it's a deliberate action. You just have to decide that you will move in that direction, in that space. So we will consolidate on what we are doing. We will grow the new energy, which is, for us, solar is very important. We will concentrate a lot on gas development. And I dare say that we've even done a lot in that respect, because in the eastern corner, we have the OUR NOPL line that is carrying so much gas for domestic use. And in fact, we are challenging the industry to really increase the scope of gas that can be used from this channel that we have created, which is very substantial. We are actually underutilizing that pipeline today as we speak. Now, to the future and the specific questions that you raised. Sorry, I'm taking some time. The OML 58 project, the solarization project, is just enlarging what we have started with gas in the past. So we're going to duplicate, run another 10 megawatts of electricity to the community in that zone, 100% based on solar power. And we're in discussions with our partners, NNPC, on how to make this work, and we are targeting to do it in the next 2 years. So this is deliberate actions, and I just feel that to make the subject that we're talking about today to be a bit more realistic, it is important that we take deliberate actions and follow those actions to the letter. I think as a country, we've spent so much time deliberating and discussing. We need to start with actions and match the talk with the work. As everybody has said, I really believe that this country is a cornerstone to full development of Africa. There is no country in Africa that is as matured as Nigeria in the oil and gas business. And we incidentally have the biggest population. We have the highest number, or the highest manpower. We have, if you look at this hall, the kind of experience that we have around here, I know my colleagues that are in other IOCs, in the other business sectors, we have enormous manpower in this direction. And I think it's time to just harness all that we have. The environment is becoming better. And in fact, out of desperation, Nigeria will be a place that is solicited. People will ask for business opportunities in Nigeria, and we need to consolidate on that. So I don't want to take
right.
the
Thank
whole
you.
time.
Thank you, Victor. So I can go to the next person. But yeah, it's commendable what you say about no flare in 2023. That's very impressive, actually. And you're utilizing all your infrastructure to explore, for the gas and all the resources, that we have in abundance. And some of the projects that you have taken on, I can see very good progress. It's also commendable, the 500 filling stations on solar power. And I think this is what we say when we say responsible energy. And Total is actually showing that we can find energy or develop energy in a very responsible way. So well done and commendable to Total Energies for this. Okay, I'll go to Dotun now, and I'll take one question around the Deepwater. Dotun. Last year, we recorded success with the extension of the Deepwater lease agreements for another 20 years. That was very good. I saw Erhan and Usan, included in the bucket of extensions. What does this extension represent to ExxonMobil in Nigeria? And what are your thoughts on the future of deepwater activity in Nigeria?
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for the question. So we've been very direct in the past about our interest in the deepwater assets. I believe our president was here 18 months ago and indicated that we have a good future in the deepwater assets because they are profitable assets. And just some months after that, we ended up signing the leases that you're talking about. Over the past 6 months, in my role, I'm responsible for strategy in the company and defining our long-term plans, and then going to secure the money required to make those opportunities move forward. So we've successfully put a plan together that will help us develop the opportunities in the deep water, and those plans include well work, infill drilling, and ultimately one of the biggest projects that we have. As I said earlier on, the PIA is promising in this regard because it's enabled us to have that certainty from a fiscal perspective. In terms of the future, what we then need to ensure for the country, as far as Nigeria is concerned, is the aspect of competitiveness. We need to ensure that over the next few years, we do not worsen the ease of doing business in the country. We do not add additional risk, which then results in exposures, which then means that projects that are otherwise profitable become less competitive within the global atmosphere. And I'll use 2 examples to further buttress what I'm talking about here. A little bit contentious, but as of today, there exists significant misalignment between the 2 regulatory agencies. Misalignment that has created overlaps that create gaps that creates risks for us as operators. In certain instances, legal exposure. Okay? This particular example has the capability of making opportunities less attractive, opportunities that are otherwise profitable. Okay? Another example would be regulations that are being put in place. Some of those that have been gazetted so far are adding risk to the portfolio, risk that could make opportunities that are otherwise profitable to become less competitive globally. Okay? So that would be the way I'll address this. We have a suite of opportunities in the deep water. We've mapped out a plan to move them forward. The country needs to ensure that we continue to make the environment easy for doing business. Thank you.
Thank you, Dotun. Let's go to Philip now. Philip, I see that we've talked about a lot about the abundance of our resource, our gas resource, and the need to develop it to feed future energy or energy demands. How can Nigeria's abundant resource be harnessed at this time to support a sustainable energy future, especially powered up to match the anticipated industrialization of the domestic markets? What are the key enablers from the side of the government, and how can industry stakeholders collaborate to create that enabling environment?
I think that's a doctoral thesis. No, thank you. I think starting point is we have the resource. It's recognized, but it's underground. We also have the demand. That's recognized. There are people who are starved of energy, living directly above the reservoirs. It's really about that connect. How do we connect the two in a sustainable manner? And that has really been our biggest challenge. Examples. If you take our business, we're a global business. 6 trains. 2022, we operated at roughly 62% of our capacity utilization. Why? We couldn't get that connect to work. Coming to the domestic market, roughly 4 gigawatt of electricity for a population of 200 million people. I lived in a country of 1.4 million people that had 4 gigawatts of electricity. Again, it's that connect. And so while the PIA has done a great job, there are many things that remain to be dealt with. Just to name a few, I mean, we're all familiar with the whole subsidy story, which you know, for some may be controversial, and all the you know, palliatives that need to come with it and so on. But how do you make the gas to power value chain work? That is the key. For me, whatever we want to discuss in terms of energy for Nigerians in Nigeria, if we don't fix that value chain, you can pass 10 PIAs, you can pass another climate change act, you can pass all the acts in the world, it's not going to solve that problem. How do you ensure that the person who is investing upstream in gas development, the person who is transporting it, the person who is building the power plant, the transmission system, the distribution system, can all get paid at the end of the day? That may come through pricing, it may come through other sort of fiscal structures that the government, you know, may need to put in place. But if that does not work, we can talk, you know, we'll come back next year and we'll still be talking about the same things. The reason is because electricity is at the core of the energy needs of this country and will remain so for a very long time. The utilization of energy comes via electricity. And so we talk about so many things, but we have failed to fix this. This needs to be fixed. And what priority is that going to get with the new government, the new administration, I think will, in my view, determine the success or failure of whatever energy policy that they have going forward. But let me touch on a few other things. So if you take export gas, again, I talked about how almost 40% of our capacity was left fallow last year. We're continuing with a similar trend in this year. Why? There are a number of reasons. The primary one is crude oil theft. Again, we have played the ostrich in this country, and we've probably normalized the impact that it has on our oil exports, but we've forgotten the impact that it has on the gas, both the gas that would have come into the domestic market and the gas that would have gone to the export market as well. So again, if we don't address that, then we have not started. So there are few of these critical steps that need to be addressed that I think require, to your point, stakeholders. and it's a wide array of stakeholders. This is not something that any of us individually on this panel can solve. It's going to require government, it's going to require the security agencies, it's going to require a whole raft of stakeholders that need to come together to fix this. We need a very comprehensive energy plan for the country. As I said at the beginning, in my view, the Decade of Gas is one of the first extremely comprehensive plans that begins to do this. And how it does it is because it starts by looking at what is the demand and how is that demand going to grow in Nigeria. It then looks at the supply potential and what is available and what can be done within a period of 10 years to meet that demand. It then looks at how do we connect these two physically, so infrastructure, and what sort of investment is needed, both by the government but also by private sector, to enable the connect between supply and demand. But again, you can have the infrastructure if you haven't addressed the economics and the commercial, like I said with the gas to power value chain, then it's a broken system as well. So each of these has been looked at, including those who have lost faith in the industry because they've been owed millions and millions of dollars for so many years and have stopped investing. How do we address that? Those elements are all in the Decade of Gas plan. So we have that plan, and the question is, how do we just get into the implementation mode? Again, it requires a cross-section of stakeholders to do this. But we need a homegrown solution as well. So this isn't about borrowing some solution from somewhere else and simply bringing it here. And that's why it's about local stakeholders having that seriousness and the will to do so. There was a conversation about regional play as well. And that's something which goes beyond just pipelines. So we have taken that on board with the Train 7. So for the first time, along with Train 7, we're building a third jetty. That jetty will be equipped with a loading arm system that will be able to load small vessels which can do coastal supplies. So already the thinking about supplies, whether it's along the coast or right around the region, are already there from an export perspective as well. And if you couple that then with what we're doing in country, then I think we could be on our way. If you ask me, the silver bullet, will. Do we have the will to do it?
Thank you, thank you. So will is strong, or a very strong will is required to drive the collaboration that's required to solve all the issues that you have identified. And I'll stay on this point and come to Osage. You mentioned, or Philip mentioned the point on the incoming administration. I believe that it's a fresh opportunity to revitalize the industry and fix some of these issues that Philip has described. I would say, how do you see, in your own opinion, what the most critical issues are for the incoming administration to address to ensure a focused roadmap in assuring the sustainable energy future for Nigeria and Nigerians?
Thank you very much, Rosario. I think I've had calls, at least on more than one of these panels, to make the point that I think Philip just made, which is that our country is not short of frameworks, structure, written documentation. If you just pick up what we have, I mean, he's just made some, he's giving some examples, the Decade of Gas work. It's all there. What keeps me awake today in the story of my onshore business in Shell is the fact that I simply cannot operate a pipeline. And that's what's responsible for the 60% capacity. I think today we are probably, that's almost just aligned with how much gas we can supply, because one of our key gas infrastructure, the TMP, we shut down for 1 year, March to March, removed 460 illegal connections from that line. We just reopened that line. I think I proudly said in one of the sessions I contributed that we've lifted force majeure on Bonny. Today, we are struggling to catch up with our repairs program vis-a-vis new attempts to install. So we're almost losing the battle. I think the statistics my people gave me recently was is something like 2 per day. So it's like squeezing a balloon. You're jumping all over the place. And as Philip said, we think of that mainly in terms of our OPEC quota. We are not able to meet our OPEC quota. But an equally devastating implication is that we cannot supply the gas that we require to Nigerian LNG. So if you ask me what the number one issue has to be for the incoming administration, it has to be security of our oil and gas infrastructure. I think it's just so existential to us that if we don't fix it, we have a huge problem on our hands. I would also say that I'm happy that the new government doesn't have to come in to grapple with the PIA. The PIA has at least been passed, and whatever we say, we have to congratulate all of us in this room for getting to this place after 2 decades. What we should now focus on is how to make that PIA work for us as intended. I'm very glad to see the cast of key regulators who are sitting in the room. So thank you for listening to us in this session. The chief executive of the NUPRC says to us every time we see him that his primary job is as a business enabler more than being a strangulating regulator. So we want to see the kind of consultations we have seen so far in rolling out the supporting regulations. We want to see that kind of consultations continue. And not just continue, actually sometimes take some of the ideas, even if they don't sound so palatable, because at the end of the day, all we are looking for is how to grow this business. So the PIA has worked. The PIA has come and is working. We need to make sure the supporting regulations essentially work for all of us. Attracting capital, attracting investment capital is a key element. And whether we are talking ourselves as internationals or our indigenous colleagues, your projects have to be competitive. I think that's the point Isiaka was making. Your projects have to be competitive and attractive. And if we keep having all these impediments that make our projects not very attractive, it simply will not happen. I always say it's not emotion. Days where in this country, decades ago, where we felt investors would fall over themselves to invest in our country. It's no longer the case. People have a suite of opportunities across the globe that they are looking at. So we have a responsibility to make sure our own projects work and that they are attractive. And when people actually invest, they get the returns. When Philip was still on my side of the fence, we used to go out quite a bit to see senior government officials. It was about gas and power debt. I think we are still owed something like $200 million. I think Chevron comes a close second with that kind of magnitude as well. He has since left us, he's gone to Trinidad and Tobago, and is back, and we are still chasing after that money. I cannot go and ask for investment capital to invest in these critical areas if we don't just get paid. So there are a number of things, and the point I started from, which is that we don't need to reinvent anything. It's all there. We know exactly what is wrong. It's that power of execution, just that courage to get things done without obfuscating fact. That's really what is at the bane of our challenges. Right. So essentially, this is the way I would think we should all be approaching the incoming administration, essentially about our own industry. I think the issues are well known. We just need to find the willpower to execute. Thanks, so back to you.
Thank you, Osage. You've identified some critical issues: the security of infrastructure, supporting regulation to continue, building on the PIA, obviously, attracting investment, responsible capital, and, all in all, the willpower to progress the first three issues that you have identified. I would leave it there and come back to Austin shortly, just not yet, but shortly. But for now, I'll go to Rick. I've followed Chevron's success story, and I saw that in recent times, there are two aspects that Chevron has demonstrated resilience with. The first aspect is related to them staying in the JVs when other international energy companies are exiting the JVs. And the second aspect is related to funding the JVs. I know your project, Panther, is about to set off, and it would be good to understand what your success model is. How have you stayed resilient in the JVs, and what are the success factors that have enabled the first two?
All right, thank you very much. Maybe I'll zero in on 2 points here. First, more to your initial question. We obviously place a tremendous emphasis and focus on partnership. And I mentioned in my opening remarks partnership with our host governments, with our business partners, and with the communities where we operate. So for our JV, which covers onshore as well as shallow water, we see as a critical enabler our effort to build very positive partnerships with our local host communities. And that enables us to operate efficiently and effectively. And so that is just something we've got a model. Some of you may be familiar with the GMOU model. We've had that in place for 15 plus years. And we work closely with our regional development committees, partnering on social investment opportunities, local community contractor opportunities, and the like. So that partnership with our host communities is essential, and obviously we'll carry that forward under the new construct within the Petroleum Industry Act. Secondly, you mentioned funding. So we were successful with Project Panther, and I think a key driver there is really credibility. Our JV has had similar projects in the past with third-party funding, and we've delivered. And so when this new set of opportunities came up, obviously we were able to build on our credible efforts in the past to deliver as promised. And on top of that, we were able to articulate very clearly the efforts that would go along with this particular project around protecting the environment, the social aspects, and the governance. So obviously lenders are looking at ESG elements, and we had a very, very solid story to tell there. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. I hope some of the other international energy companies are picking up some of the bullets from Chevron to see how they can explore coming back to the JVs. But in the meantime, I'll go to you, Austin, staying on the subject of responsible capital. My question is, I see AA Holding as a company that invests in enterprise for positive impact. What are your thoughts on critical enablers for attracting responsible capital, and what steps have your company taken, or has your company taken, to incorporate a solid ESG framework that Rick just talked about as you invest in these various enterprises?
Thank you. At AA Holdings, we are on a mission to groom and nurture responsible independence. But on this panel, I'm representing the Nigerian independents. And let me tell you very quickly one or two quick stories. Platform Petroleum produces only 3,000 barrels of oil a day, was flaring 30 million scf of gas a day. Today, they process the 30 million scf of gas and deliver 60 tons of LPG into the domestic market, LPG and excess propane today. The lean gas, 27 million scf of lean gas, they have 40 million scf compression capacity, and they deliver that 27 million scf every day into the NGC pipeline and into the domestic market. As a marginal field producer, they are zero flare today. Seplat, as you know, is developing a 300 million scf gas processing plant, and attached to it is also an LPG extractor. They're building another 100 million scf plant in Sapele. Attached to it is an LPG extractor. They are planning to attach an LPG extractor into the already existing 375 million scf plant in Oben. That's an indigenous company. When you get to your office, you can pull out their 2022 annual report, which is in their website. And you will see even their ESG compliance, both in their operations and their reporting. They promise to flare out by the end of 2024. Now, why am I telling this story? There is a deep sense of responsibility in the operations of the well-run independents. Between ND Western and Seplat, it delivers some 700 million scf of gas into the domestic market. The transition is a major transition that is ongoing today that we're not paying attention to. By 2025, the entire shallow water and onshore will be on the laps of independence. It's not our making. It is happening. We didn't ask for it. But we're not planning, we're not managing this transition properly. We are handling the transition as if the proper thing to do is to point at the one or two independents that are probably not doing so well and shrug and say independents are no good. Well, if we're no good, we're done for as a country because that's all we have for onshore and shallow water in the next 2 years. So the kind of support for and faith in the independence that this country should be showing today in managing this transition, we're not seeing it. We are not seeing it as independents, but we need it. Now, all of the domestic gas we're talking about energy export. Energy export is going to continue. It's going to continue by those who have been exporting energy. Domestic energy security is going to come from these independents that we're waving away. It's going to come from the onshore and the shallow water. The LPG we're speaking about, Seplat alone, once they finish their 3 projects, we may not need Philip's, what's that terminal they are going to? Philip has been exporting LPG from the LNG into Nigeria, practically. That's how they do it. It was all meant for export. They actually export the LPG into Nigeria. If we were all doing what some of these independents are doing, we wouldn't need that export. They continue to actually export the LPG and let us handle the domestic market. We need the support. It's actually a national duty to come up with a program of support to groom the capacity that these independents need to serve this nation and serve this industry. And without those who cannot do it. We did it in the banking industry. We went from Standard Bank and Barclays Bank to the Nigerian banks we have today spread across Africa. And we are demonstrating that it can be done in this industry. Fortunately, the only person who can grant us the support and the push that we're looking for is right here listening to us. And I hope he goes away with that message. So my final message I'm saying to you is we have a major transition that has been thrust on our laps. Rather than shrug it away or call names, we need to manage it properly and deliver the optimal value out of the remaining gas and natural gas and crude oil resources we have in the onshore and shallow water, and develop our domestic economy, and grant us the domestic and regional energy security that we're asking for. Thank you.
Thank you, Austin. That's very insightful, and I guess the regulators are also listening in and taking some of the points where they can support, in developing the independent producers. But I'll stay on that topic and come to Alex. Alex, with the evolving landscape and our abundant resources, obviously, and we've mentioned this over and over, which is targeted at industrializing Nigeria, how do you see these independents that Austin just described and contributing to ensuring or protecting local capacity utilization, as well as ensuring in-country value creation and retention for the overall growth and development of the economy?
Thank you very much. I think you said my first delivery was passionate. I think Austin has just
he took it over, yes.
Taken that to another level. It's the truth. We see an inflection point for us as a nation and as an industry. I listened to the IOCs largely speak, and underlying everything they say is portfolio rationalization. Nigeria, if you do not get your act together, you will rank so low there will be no more money for you. I'm paraphrasing here. Okay? If you do not pay your debts, you will not be advanced more capital for projects. Simple. And I think the point Austin was trying to make was, how do we understand that this inflection point has come, support indigenous players to be able to shift naturally into these roles? Some of us that are there already, I wrote down a few things: security, policy, funding, infrastructure. And in that order, I think the panel have taken those points, so I'm not going to rehash any of them. Security is a big issue. And if, as independents, we can't get over that issue and deliver on all our commitments to our funders, in essence, there will be no future for the independents. And I think for us, that's the underlying issue there. How do we continue to sustain the investment that goes into the acceleration of crude extraction that must happen before the world completely dries up? We have 30 years, probably. Completely dries up of financing for fossil fuels. Ogasembi is here. He's been absolutely immense in pushing local content, almost ramming it down everyone's throat. And we've seen, yes, and we've seen the 100% ramming it down. Yes, they are testing. And it must be like that. That's the intentionality that we're talking about. We've come into a PIA that's transitioning, and we continue to have engagements with our regulators at the NUPRC to move the act from what it is today to something that supports the very, very fast evolving ecosystem we found ourselves. It's critical. The engagement is critical. But I say all this to point at one thing. Action can no longer be excused. If we don't act, we would end up with a transition. They're all leaving the onshore and shallow water. In essence, those investments don't stack up anymore for them. We're assuming those roles, and without the right support, Nigeria's production would dwindle very, very quickly. On the back of that, I just want to add that as responsible independents as well, we're not just focused on oil and gas. We've made significant leaps into the renewable space. We've got a wholly separate renewable clean energy subsidiary at Owando that's doing interesting things across solar, electric vehicle, even thermal production of power. From all the wells we've drilled in the Niger Delta, we can actually use those wells to produce power to run our operations. So we're looking broadly and have created these investments, and the same for Seplat. But again, we just need that support. And I think the regulators know exactly what we've been speaking to them about. So I will pause there for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. I think we have time for one more question. So I'll come back to you, or I'll take it to Osage, actually. It's unfortunate that the regulators are not on this panel, but I think it would have been a well-rounded panel if we had NNPC represented on this panel. But I'll take that question to you, and I'll pass that question to you, and you can support in setting the context around what the evolving energy landscape, is looking like, and what the challenges for the future, in adapting to that landscape is. How do you as Shell, let me come to Shell, how do you as Shell ensure that the oil and gas industry remain a key driver of economic growth in Africa, as well as, for the years to come, while addressing all the environmental concerns that are inherent?
Thank you, Rosario. I think people smiled when you said NNPC was our regulator, right?
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I wanted to hear the state-owned company's perspective.
Okay. That's clearer. Yes.
Right.
I think we're all on the same boat. You almost cannot discuss the energy landscape and the energy mix today without pointing to a clear path to get into a much more sustainable energy landscape. I think the language these days is no longer either an or. It's a trilemma now. It's a trilemma. You need to think energy security, energy availability at the same time as you are thinking environmental sustainability. I think that's the framework that pretty much every one of us is operating to. In Shell, we are still spread across all the traditional businesses. We are big in Deepwater. SNEPCO just celebrated 1 billion barrels recently, since 2005, late 2005 when they started. We are still very much in gas production. We are, by the way, next door to Seplat, building the 250, 300 million SCOF astronaut facility, which is a neighboring facility to theirs, and then doing all the subsurface work as well. But very significantly, as Shell, we are also quite keen to play in the renewable energy, new energies space. I believe yesterday one of my colleagues, who is the CEO of Olon is our solar energy-based company that is set up to energize that space in the country. A number of connections already. When the Vice President visited our stand today, I told him that we are seeded $200 million for that purpose. I said, Sage, that's not enough. We should make it. I said, but okay, let's at least start with this $200 million and make it work. But Olon is, in my view, punching above its weight. It's doing quite a lot, both in the Delta region and all over the country, in just facilitating and investing in companies to build on this solar space. The one that has not been heard so much of is a company that we just acquired at the global level called Daystar Energy. Shell just essentially acquired that asset. And what is most interesting is that the focus of Daystar is Nigeria and West Africa. As at the time of our acquisition, they are generating 40 megawatts, but Big Shell acquired them because we have big ambitions in this space and we want to make sure we can scale up. So we are indeed operating across the landscape, we recognize that we need to keep traditional businesses tight. If you cannot operate efficiently, it means that you are flaring where you should not flare. If you're not operating efficiently, it means that your projects simply don't work. But at the same time, to continue to play a big role in gas. I mean, the Train 7 we just talked about, much of the feedstock gas essentially will come from two of our projects, the HI and the HA projects. And between those two, it's probably the majority of the gas that will go in there. I'm looking at ES very closely because we are discussing very much with him on how to make those projects work, as well as, of course, our partners on the HA side, NMPC. So I see that our fortunes as a business is very much tied to our fortunes as a country, because we still maintain a very, very strong footprint in the country. We know that we have to get it right, almost to lead by example, and work on this transition on the basis that come the very near future, as a country, we are able to play, not just in the traditional oil and gas space, but also in line with our aspirations in the energy transition, that we are able to get to that right place. So thanks, Zeri.
Thank you. That's very insightful, but we're out of time now. And I've taken, some summary from all of the discussions that you've raised here. There's an urgent need to address the energy security situation in Nigeria. And we need to continue to support or encourage supporting regulation to harness our rich resource. You've also mentioned, most of the panelists have spoken into the credibility that's required to attract the right capital and right investment. And obviously, gas will drive a long-term pathway to sustainable development. However, I would like to leave us on one note, for the audience, or for the benefit of the audience. I would like to strike one question. I would appreciate if you keep it to 1 minute each, and just starting from Rick. My finance professor would normally say that we are moving from an era of uncertainty to utter unpredictability, and I do agree seriously. I would like to understand what keeps you awake at night, and most importantly, how are you evolving your leadership to cope with these challenging times?
Yeah,
1 minute, please.
Yeah, so to be brief, there are many things that keep me awake at night, and you're right, these are uncertain and turbulent times. So what I tend to focus on in terms of leadership is really our people, our workforce. As long as we've got a safe, efficient, reliable, clean operation that's cost effective, it's our leadership and it's our people, and we are focused very much so on building the business acumen of our entire workforce. I want everybody to know how our business works and their role within that. And then no matter what happens, we can shift, adapt as needed to address any issue very quickly. So that's my approach. Thank you.
That's very brilliant. So people at the heart of, driving the leadership that's required. I'll come to you, Dotun. 1 minute, please.
Okay, I'll talk as a Nigerian that has lenses to how funds are attracted into the company. All you have to do is look at the trend of investments over the past 15 to 20 years, and the decline is alarming. So what keeps me at night is that in the coming years, we would wake up one day, and that line theoretically can get to zero. With all the resource that we have on the African continent, that would be shameful. Thank you.
Thank you, Dotun. Victor.
Yes, it's a combination of the two. For me, safety in operations is a major element. And we've started to have a trend, which is a combination of the two observations, is that when you have declining activity in the industry. What happens is that the contractors that we use, the people that we call upon to work, most times they are not the best in class, because these workers are going to be present in areas where there is continuous investment. So we are now faced with getting the crumbs. Our contractors, majority of them are using Nigeria now as a second office. They will have a big office elsewhere and you have a tiny office in Nigeria. So it's a trend that is alarming. And if we do not arrest it, it will come to a stage where at night, and it's happening already, when you are wondering what's the quality of equipment that has been sent to the site.
Victor, 1 minute.
And so safety of operations can be a big issue if we do not have continuous and stable, high-level investment in the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. Alex.
Based on the reserves we have of gas in the ground today, and if you take a forward curve of gas prices into the future, we put it at approximately $1 to $1.4 trillion of revenue for the country. Based on our production, I think Philip alluded to that earlier on, if we continue at the rate of production we are today and investment, we would need 135 years to produce all the gas in the ground. I think that is my biggest fear. I use gas as an example, the same goes for oil. You will run out of time. We will run out of time. And if we don't figure out how to accelerate this mandate, I worry that the backbone of this country, through foreign exchange revenue, we can't diversify without oil revenues. We can't do anything in this country without embarking on what we have and expanding what we have to then seek for the other ambitions that we have. So for me, it's really how we accelerate getting to where we must get to based on the new paradigm we've been given to by the world, especially the fact that in Africa, we don't have the capital. It doesn't sit here, it sits somewhere else. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Philip, can you have a go, please?
Sure. Somehow I manage to sleep well every night.
Tell us how.
but the things that concern me, I think a lot I have talked about earlier, but there's one that I focus on more from a strategic point of view, and that is how do we remain globally competitive? We're not an island, and we can't operate as an island. And my business in particular is a global business. And so we're competing with Qatar, we're competing with the US, we're competing with Australia. And so how do we ensure that not just today, but in 30 years from now, we are still amongst the leaders? And that's, for me, is linked to three things. It's how well we do on the energy transition journey. How do we avoid carbon? How do we reduce it? How do we mitigate it? How do we offset it? It's also got to do with technology. And so how are we applying digital technology to transform our business and to get ahead of others? But the most important one is people. And so how do we ensure? Because the steel on the plant out in Bonny, anybody can build anywhere, right? The real competitive advantage is the people you have. And so how do we ensure that our people are not only competitive with people anywhere else, but that they're the best? And that takes planning, it takes investment, it takes nurturing. And so that, for me, is a key focus. Thank you.
Thank you, Philip. Osage, 1 minute, please.
1 minute. You seem to be emphasizing it.
Right.
I won't go above 1 minute. What gives me the grave concern? ES has its sessions every other year, and part of what he puts on the table is tell us the projects in the pipeline. If If I look at the projects that Shell in Nigeria has on a pipeline, it's multi-billions. I'll just run to them. In Deepwater, Bonga North, Bonga Southwest. Onshore, we just mentioned there, Arsenaut. We have HA, we have HI, Wadoro. These are humongous multi-billion-dollar projects. How do I ensure that these projects come to fruition? How do we ensure that as a country we create the enabling environment where these easily 6-7 multi-billion-dollar projects comes to fruition? At least until Austin buys us over.
Thank you, Osage. Last but not the least,
Yes.
Austin, please have a go.
Yes, thank you. You see, they all have big company headaches. Big company headaches. We have a space that nature has created for us. We have a responsibility as Nigerians to grow our capacity and feed that space. What gives me headache today is governance and people. How do we create the governance structures that we develop competent independence that operate at world-class standards? How do we get the people, which means hiring the best, which means training, the facilities of which we do not have, the pipeline of which we do not have? So how do we get the best people and have the best governance structures that we deliver the independence that you will not wave away with a wave of the hand? That's what keeps me awake.
Thank you, Austin. Wow. I think I've gotten a few notes for my own leadership journey as well. It's, every single panelist has mentioned people at the heart of, driving the sustainable pathway to energy of the future. You've also talked about the declining investments and the need to stimulate the economy with more activities. You've also talked about the safety of operations. This is very crucial to guarantee sustainability and continuity. The long lead time to produce gas at this pace, we would need a century to, get around our gas resource. You've also talked about global competitiveness around leveraging technology, again, and people. And obviously, the multi-million-dollar projects in the pipeline, which also gives me an assurance that there's hope, for the Nigerian economy if we can get everything right around the issues that you have deliberated. And hopefully this poses a challenge for the incoming administration to quickly, roll up their sleeves and begin to solve these challenges in earnest. And finally, Austin, you mentioned governance again and people. So people are at the heart of it. We need people to drive the sustainable energy future we require. We need people to drive the demand for that same energy. I hope, ladies and gentlemen, that you have enjoyed this very brilliant panel and you've taken some insights that has given you headway into what the future of energy in Nigeria looks like. At this point, I'll yield to Mr. Richmond Osuji, and thank you very much for being a very good audience.
Just give me 60 seconds, real quick. And please, if you agree with me that Rosario has done a fantastic job, give her another round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. All right, so we're just going to give you plaques of appreciation. Now, when they take their seat, we're going to the next session, and it's just going to be an hour, please, so that we can do lunch after that, okay? Indulge us, but while they're taking their seat, you can stand, stretch your leg a bit, okay, because you've been sitting for too long. But for now, just remain seated. Let's appreciate them with their plaques. Blessing, Mr. Akoni, please come this way. Give them one more round of applause. Let's appreciate them with allow him pass, please. With the NIES thank you plaque. Please go ahead. Ladies, please go ahead. Thank you very much. Go right on. Go. That's Mr. Austin. Just carry everything they go. That's Austin's own. Yesterday, we had a poll question. Remember the device, the white calculator local kind of device on your chair is to just interact with you. Can I see the result of yesterday's poll question? Can you put it on the screen, please? Real quick, please. The result from yesterday, can we see it? Technical? Can we see it? If you're taking time, give me to this question. We can then review everything together. Give me to this question. Give me to this question. Is this from yesterday or today? Nigeria can depend on gas for long-term energy security. Oh, okay, yes, so this is today. So go ahead. Please grab the keypads on your chair. It is strapped to your chair. Grab it. Tell us, give us your opinion on this question. And we will be revealing the results shortly. Again, we thank our panel members. We appreciate you immensely for sharing your wisdom. We're rolling over to the next session. It's okay now to just stand and stretch your legs. It's okay now to stand and stretch your legs. Please stand and stretch your legs because we're rolling over to the next session. Just stand and stretch your legs is important. Increase circulation. Thank you, ES, for sitting in with us, and I'm sure you appreciate the commendations and the charge that has been left. Please, panel members, can you take your group photograph now with Mr. Akoni? Take your group photograph, panel members, real quick. Panel members, take your group photograph real quick. Panel members, please come together for your group photograph. Please remove this poll question and put back our logo, event logo for the group photograph, real quick. Event logo for the group photograph. Technical, come on, go back to event background. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
That's their business, man. Oh, that's not picture. You see me make sure they are ready before you tell me. Frank, before you make sure they are ready. Because once you tell me, so
thank you very much. Thank you. Technical, can you give me global perspectives in the middle? That's the background I want in the middle. Give me the dark background global perspectives in the middle. Please, I don't have time. Thank you. My panel, you can proceed to the VIP speaker room for just a brief, for a debrief if you like. You can proceed to the VIP speaker room. So we're going straight into the next session. Please take your seat. Thank you very much. Let's do our best to, thank you, sir. Let's do our best to reduce the networking and talking at this time. We will continue at lunch, which will be after this session we're about to go into. We have the Director, New Energies for Seplat, talk to us. CCE, NUPRC, ACE, NMDRA, in a quick fire chat with Olu Phillips. And then, okay, so my panel members, because we're rolling over immediately, Because we're rolling over immediately, you can take your seat, it's fine. You can take your seat, it's fine. Thank you very much. Please, can we all settle down? Thank you. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Please, let's settle down to listen to FE and the CCE and the ACE. Thank you. Please take your seats. You're all far too kind. Thank you very much. Please take your seats. Can we allow our speakers take their seats? Thank you. So during the last session, the moderator had hoped rather, if the regulators were on her panel, but I did tell her that not to worry, they are in this panel. So we're about to listen to them. So please take your seat, let's listen to them. Thank you. Can we please allow our country chair sit down? Thank you very much. Can we please allow country chair sit down? Thank you all very much. Thank you. Can we allow Oga Victor please take his seat? Thank you all very much. Let's allow Oga Victor take his seat. Oga Victor Bandele, please let them allow you take your seats. Okay, and man of God, please can you take your seats? Thank you very much. Thank you all very much. Can we allow Dr. Ainoji take his seat? Thank you very much. Thank you. Can we please allow Mr. Abiodun Ogunjobi take his seat? Thank you all very much. Thank you very kindly. Thank you. Okay, straight into the business. I'd like for you to please join me as we welcome to deliver for us the opening keynote for this session. We're looking at business leaders and regulators dialogue. And please, we can't keep talking and networking while our speaker is on stage speaking. So before I bring him up, I will appeal again. Please, let's take our seats. Thank you very much. Thank you. Can we allow Mr. Ogunjobi take his seat? Thank you very much. Can we allow Mr. Gedengbe take his seat? Thank you very much. Thank you all very much. Most wonderful delegates here. Your cooperation is immensely appreciated. Onwards now to the Director, New Energy, Seplat Energy PLC. Please welcome Mr. Effiong Okon.
Where is this one? Yeah. He wants to call up the presentation.
Okay. Which one is forward, backward? Put it. Okay, that's
okay.
Fine.
For the audience, you use this one.
What about for the slides?
No, for the slides, you use this one.
Oh, this one.
This one for yourself.
Okay.
Okay, it's changed.
Fine.
Okay, it's fine.
Hello. Hi. Hello. Which one? It's okay. Just start. So good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to stand on an established protocol. I think that was a very energized and powerful session. Thanks, Osage, Austin, and all that. So I heard so many things I picked up from the panel. You know, too much talk. We need the will. We got to move into action. Controversies, transition, not just in energy, government. I hope the government people are here as well. lots of pressure on the incoming government. But I want to say a big thank you, NIES. I haven't been to this event before. It's my first event. Roger can't make this session, so I'm representing Roger. I know we've been in the news lately, but don't worry, Seplat is doing very well. We're great. nothing to worry about in terms of our business. As I reflect on, coming to this session, a few things come to mind, and I'll share about 4 slides, and I'll go very quickly. I understand I have about 10 minutes. But listening to that panel, I think the first thing that comes to my mind is there's never really an easy answer or easy solution to the issue around sustainable energy future. In simple terms, we've talked about energy trilemma in the past, which is about how do you address the often 3 conflicting challenges: ensuring energy security, providing energy equity, access to affordable clean energy, and achieving environmental sustainability. These things are not very easy, but I'm actually delighted to hear today that we need all forms of energy, whether it's fossil or non-fossil fuel. I think the narrative is changing. Have you guys ever imagined, if you think about how many mines we need to open globally to be able to mine lithium, nickel, copper, to meet the requirements of renewable energy? I'm not sure that's been talked about yet, because you're always in the oil and gas forum, and the miners are not here. So I read an article recently, and it says, do you know we need a lot more components for wind turbine, solar panels, and all this new equipment you need, even for hydrogen, compared to what the oil and gas industry uses. So for me, that's a bit of a food for thought in terms of the number of mines we need to open up. But before I go into my quick presentation, I just want to talk a bit about a company. I know people talk about a company, and you heard all the pride moment of Chevron, Total, and all that. So Seplat, we're also a proud company. We're industry leader in domestic energy. Since 2010, Seplat has made a lot of huge investments in the oil and gas industry, and we have been leading lots of M&A. Today, we're one of the biggest domestic gas player. We have installed process capacity of roughly 560 million scf of gas per day. ANO comes on production later this year. I think Austin talked about it. ANO adds about 300 million scf, and then Sapele gas plant adds 100. So collectively, by early next year, Seplat will be processing roughly 850 million scf of gas per day. That's no mean feat, right? 850 million scf of gas delivers just under 4 gigawatts of power into the domestic economy. So it's quite material. I mean, we're purpose-led, purpose-driven, and we've been very, very supported by our joint venture partners. Some are here today. We're extremely delighted and grateful, whether it's NIES on the eastern part of our portfolio or NEPL on the western side of our portfolio. And also regulators as well have been very, very supportive. Thank you, Lord. I see the chief executive here today, NEPRC, NMDRA, NCDMB, and SIMB. So I just want to express our sincere appreciation. Like we heard from the earlier panel, we need everyone working together collaboratively, partnership with our local communities where we earn the license to operate, security, peace, and all that, so our investment can deliver on its intended objectives. So I'll just run through a few thoughts. As a keynote, my life is easy just to set the scene, and then there'll be a panel that will then dip in the conversation. So the slide on the screen shows, unfortunately, I'm not sure I can move. Okay, I'll try and manage. If I start from the top side of the slide, there's a bit of a conundrum here. If you look at our continent called Africa, in terms of GDP, we're not doing very well. GDP is pretty much flat, 2010 to 21. That's what the first slide shows. Energy demand is going up at an astronomical scale. If you look at 2010 to 21, unfortunately, oil and gas production has gone the other way around because of issues around investment, even though lots and lots of oil and gas fields have been discovered in Africa today. Every day, Namibia, South Africa, which I think is a very good news, Ghana and so on. Mozambique has some of the biggest LNG investment going on. So lots and lots of resources, but production is pretty much declining. And then the Nigerian space, you heard all the discussion today earlier on with sabotage and all the challenges we have. And I hope, like it was mentioned, the new government has got a lot of work to do. Clean energy investment is also picking up. If you then look at the right-hand side of the chart, population-wise, we are growing from 2010 to 2021. You see the massive population increase. Also urbanization, people moving from rural areas to the urban cities because of employment and search for greener pastures. And then those without electricity, which is being a really sour point, and it's quite unfortunate, and those without access to cooking or clean energy. So on the right-hand side, renewable energy is actually ramping up. If you look at 2011 to 20 compared to 2021 to 2030, there is a lot of interest, excitement about investment coming into the renewable energy space. I think just stepping back and reflecting on this slide just shows a lot of a mixed bag. One, disappointment from what we heard earlier on. There's been a lot of talk. GDP isn't growing. And then there's still massive energy poverty. In spite of all the wonderful things, the panel just covered today, the bottom line is the Baba next door to us on the street doesn't have access to power. And that's what we need to reflect on. We can see all the nice, good stuff, whether we're investing locally for the domestic market or supplying energy to the rest of the world, but we really haven't earned that credibility in terms of delivering power to the local community. So a bit of context we need to reflect on regarding Africa's energy picture. Not a very good story. I think Austin talked about the rental economy with massive focus on export, and then the local economy hasn't really moved forward as a result of that. I'll move on to the next slide now, which puts a bit of a context around. So Africa needs access to energy. Our continent, energy is critical to regions' economic and social development. And I like some of the earlier conversations today to say, okay, we can decide to build safeguard and safe net around a very small privileged population, but as you take people more into poverty, you're going to be at some point engulfed in that poverty cycle, and that will lead to really serious national security issues. And I'm glad to see that government is doing a lot of work now to try and let's see how we can grow the middle class and get people out of poverty like the Chinese have done. So what are the key challenges? Number one, Africa needs five-fold increase in investment to even deliver on the ambition around the UN SDG 7, which is affordable and clean energy, which should be a basic requirement for everyone, irrespective of where you fit in the social strata. So SDG 7 by 2030. Number two, by 2030, 50% of the global population without access to electricity, which should be basic, will be in 7 countries. And I'm sure if you look at those maps, you can tell what those countries are, from DRC, Nigeria, Uganda, Pakistan. This is global, but most of them are going to be in Africa, and then all the way to Sudan. So it is a massive challenge we're facing or discussing today. So this conference theme is actually apt. And then if we look at the World Energy Outlook, achieving Africa's energy climate goals means more than doubling investment in this decade. So it means we'll need to put in almost, over $25 billion per year. It is massive, and I'm sure you've seen the energy transition plan, which was launched by the VP recently. So I don't want to go through these stats again. 6 million Africans don't have access to energy. 900 can't have clean cooking gas. And if you look at that, 8% of energy access in rural West Africa. If you look at the global average compared to where we are today, even in West Africa is a huge sober moment of reflection, very disappointing. On top of that, fewer than half of all the utilities companies in sub-Saharan Africa cannot even recover their operating costs, which becomes a big dilemma for potential investors coming into a space. So every year, roughly about 48 countries in sub-Saharan Africa, which is about 1 billion population, generate the same amount of electricity like Spain. Spain is a very tiny country in Europe, like you all know, but just imagine the amount of electricity in Spain compared to what we're able to deliver in sub-Saharan Africa. Quite very disappointing statistics here. So overall, I think the real dilemma is how do we address the issue around electrification, mobility, and also access to clean cooking energy. This is really 3 things, really, whether you're looking at gas to power or fossil-based power, or you're looking at renewable hydrogen or solar, based on what we're discovering from the Seplat investment and looking at new space in the renewable energy space. So second food of thought. So now let's look forward, which is where it gets a bit frightening. Today, we're about 1.5 billion people in our continent. We have the fastest growing population space you've heard about. in Nigeria all the time. Today we're over 200 million, and it's always scary when we say by 2050, Nigeria will be about 400 million people. I don't know whether we just think about what that means, from infrastructure, from energy access, from addressing the poverty issue, all sort of very basic stuff which is under the SDG. So clearly, 2.5 billion people by 2050 compared to 1.5 billion people today is a billion people population growth. That is scary. It can be an opportunity like we had earlier on, but can also be a challenge. In terms of what we think we need to increase export capability, and I strongly believe in that. We have more than enough resource to serve the international market and also domestic market. We've got to drive investment in refining capacity, increase gas-fired capacity, and we've done this. I mentioned in Seplat, we're only one of the 7 critical projects launched 5 years ago on anode that's almost starting production by Q4 this year. If you go back to the government economic gasification strategy, there were so many projects there. I think that's a clear example of what will means and what walking the talk means, that of those 7 projects, to unlock 3.5 BCF of gas per day, we're the only company in that bunch that's been able to, we're almost starting the plant in Imo State to add 300 million scf of gas per day. So you need to sort out the liquidity, so people need to be able to pay for energy, metering bill payment. The renewable energy is quite another interesting space. In my role as new energy director, I've been looking at all kinds of options in this space, whether it's solar, whether it's hydrogen for mobility, or looking at wind. I can tell you it's not easy. It is complex. It's a very fragmented market. Nigeria's grid doesn't work, so you cannot go to the kind of scale in solar you see in places like Mozambique, Egypt, where they're investing over 1 gigawatt of power in solar. So that's one of the biggest big problems we're saying. The market is very, very fragmented, whether you're looking at a captive market or sub-concession or all sorts of models. But the good thing now is there's a new regulation where even states can now decide to pass new laws about how they want to generate, transmit, and also distribute electricity, which is very good news in the direction regarding regulation. Clean cooking to displace biomass, which is a major source of pollution, and not to spend a lot of investment in the domestic infrastructure. Now we talk about gas. The problem with gas is not oil, right? You can have an oil field anywhere in the Delta, put in 1 or 2 wells, put it all on a truck if you don't have pipeline, or on a barge, or you put it on the pipeline, it gets to the market one way or the other. Gas, you need contracts, reflective tariff. You need an off-taker, you need a producer. You don't need the infrastructure. Today, the biggest infrastructure that's driving the gas investment is the NGIC infrastructure, for which there are issues around that infrastructure. It lacks compression. So we do put gas in the NGIC infrastructure, it never gets to the off-takers. That's something we need to address. Given our own experience in Seplat, and we have been partnering with NGIC in terms of addressing that issue, right? And this is my last slide. So to attract investment into our country or into a continent, one basic requirement is about good governance. This is an area where we're not too strong, I must say. So African companies will have to compete, and we heard that so many times. And it doesn't matter whether you're an IOC where you look at capital allocation from headquarters and where do you put capital. If you're an Exxon, for example, you go to Guyana, Permian Basin, or Brazil, or in Shell. It doesn't really matter. Even for Seplat, we have to compete with capital that's coming in from the international market. And these days, there's so much emphasis on ESG. So you got to get your environmental commitment clear, because nobody wants pollution. By the way, Seplat will end routine flaring next year, 2024. There will be no flares again in any of our assets. We have invested in compression, school compressors, and all kinds of compressors that will take that gas and put that gas in the market. The good thing is we have a gas business already. So that's an example of walking the talk and not, like they say in Nigeria, talk na do, right? So environmental commitment, you got to commit to that energy transition to reduce carbon. In our new strategy, we've got 3 pillars. The upstream pillar, which I think we've got to put in money into the upstream business. We need to drill all the wells, accelerate development of that 40 billion barrels of reserve, and then push that cash into the midstream gas, which is our second pillar, to blow up that gas business, whether you're looking at gas through CNG, pipeline gas to customers, and it doesn't matter where the gas is going to, power, fertilizer, industry, all that. And we're really, really doubling down in terms of investment on gas. And the third pillar for us in Seplat is the new energy business, which is where the renewable space comes in, whether you're looking at solar, hydrogen, wind, and all that. So social commitment is a key one. So we need responsible stewardship. Without social commitment, working with our host communities, you really cannot operate in this part of the world. And Seplat has been outstanding in this space where for 12 years of operating in Niger Delta, we have never one day been shut down. Our assets run at about 95% uptime. Where the problem is with the export route. Whether you're on the TFP or the TNP or the line that goes to Brass, that's where the challenge is. So we're proud and we have demonstrated that these things are possible. So what do the communities need? They need employment, they need contract, they need empowerment, they need capacity, and we have invested everywhere. And the last one, which I think Rick talks about, is about strong partnership with government. Without strong partnership with government regulators, this is not going to be possible. Strong governance is also key. Solid management team, a very clear board, and clear about accountability, and very high standard of corporate governance. And the last one is about, we got to deliver on a promise. And that's the biggest challenge we have. If you look at all our big projects, big commitments, we struggle to deliver on target. And those three elements around ESG is quite critical. And the other two I didn't talk about is when you look at international and local accountability, we got to have a very clear track record of living up to very high standards, whether it's local standards or international standards. And for us, that's something we're proud of, that we've been held accountable with. And then compliance with industry best start. I'll take compliance with world-class standards, where sometimes standards do not exist in a local jurisdiction. Of course, finance pulls it all together. You've got to have a very strong cash flow, strong liquidity management. That's the way you earn the reputation and credibility to attract investors. And for us, I would say in the 12 years of business, we have been very compliant with all our regulatory payments. We have been able to raise $350 million bonds successfully. The last bond was $650 million and oversubscribed. And I must say that there is capital available if you can meet the requirement. And finally, you've got to be able to repay your debt. And we have been very successful. We have never defaulted on our debt obligations. So overall, I'll say a bit of a stepping back out of this earlier panel, a bit of a disappointment, frustration, same talk and talk over and over, but there's hope. There is hope. I think we've got to be positive, and we need that positive momentum and energy and inertia to keep us going. And hopefully, as we transit into another regime, let's see how we can unlock the potential for Nigeria. Nigeria needs to lead the African context. On that note, thank you very much, and hope you have a great panel session. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Efio Kohn is the Director, New Energy for Seplat Energy PLC. Real quick, we'll just go straight into the business of, now this is going to take this format, right? We'll have a quick fire chat conversation for about 10 minutes. I'll bring up a moderator and the two gentlemen who will be in that conversation. And thereafter, the panel members, whose name I will also call now, will then join the panel after the two gentlemen would have gone back to take their seats in the hall, all right? Okay, so we'll take the quick fire chat from the Commission Chief Executive of NUPRC, Engineer Gbenga Komolafe. Sir, if you can please take your seat. Okay, joining him is the Authority Chief Executive, Engineer Farouk Ahmed, who is represented by Executive Director, Corporate Services and Administration, Bashir Sadiq. Bashir? The anchor for this and he will also moderate the session that would follow. Let's welcome Olu Phillips, an anchor with Channels Television and chairman of Nigeria Association of Energy Correspondents. Now, once Philip is done with the ACE and the CCE, he would ask them to take their seats in the audience, and this distinguished discussants will be joining Philip. That will be Engineer Laura Aiboni, Managing Director of SNEPCO. She will be joining at that time. She'll also be joined by Mr. Olumide Adeosun, the Chairman of Moman and CEO of Adova. Of course, Dr. Alex Irune Aihoje will join again, CEO of Ondo Energy Resources. Mrs. Nkechi MON, Group MD Techno Oil, will also be there. An Executive Director, Strategy Business and Asset Management for Total Energies, Mr. Abiodun Afolabi, will complete the list, and they will drive us till lunch. Philip, it's over to you.
Good morning, everybody. So we put a bit of twist to this, and this quick fire chat session is a dovetail from the previous panel, and we thought that since the regulators are here, it would be nice to respond to some of the issues that were raised and not assume that we've just spoken and we're asking only if the regulators can do this, if the regulators can do that. So I have two major regulators on this panel. To my right, the Commission's Chief Executive, Benga, and the representative of the Authority Chief Executive for NMDRA and Nigeria Upstream. So, Mr. Benga, I think one way to start is to hear you respond to some of the things that were being discussed and the ones that were laid at your table. Let's have your opening perspectives to that, and we can begin to drill down. Yes.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Let me say I'm really pleased to be here, and that I feel really delighted, to have attended the last session, and I listened quite attentively, and I want to say that quite a lot of issues were raised, and the issues raised were quite very qualitative. Like I said, that I consider it, the issues raised very germane, of response, especially the aspects that borders on the, on the regulator. In that respect, but before, responding to that, let me just lay a background that, that is as relates to issue of the general discourse about discourse on energy transition and sustainability of energy supply. That our perspective is that for us in Africa and Nigeria especially, that there is a great convergence between need and opportunity. That Nigeria as a nation is well positioned for to meet its energy needs, even as we talk about energy transition. All we'll be talking about is having the right energy mix that, for a nation that we are blessed with abundant gas supply of 208 TCF of gas, 37 billion barrels of crude, and other sources of renewables. So in this respect, I feel that the whole discussion about energy transition, that Nigeria is a nation where need, that opportunity has actually met the need. Then as relates to the perspective of the regulator, let me say that the Nigeria Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission as a regulator, at least within about 16 months of its existence, has actually been doing everything possible to effectively implement the Petroleum Industry Act. I'm happy some of the members of the panel alluded to this, and as part of the key, achievements of the Commission, at least key landmarks of the Commission in terms of the regulation, is the fact that within that space of time, we consider, and given the fact that to effectively implement the PI to give meaning to the intent of the law, and that the industry really needs clarity and certainty in their operations. You need the regulation to actually achieve this. In all, as I speak, the Commission has succeeded in gazetting 5 regulations, and again, all things being equal, in the weeks ahead, we intend to again see the gazetting of additional 13 regulations just within the space of about 16 months, which is a key achievement for us. Now, it is instructive for me to say that not only as a matter of prescription of the law, and I need the stakeholders to be attentive to this, not only that as a matter of statutory prescriptions, we have been very deliberate in the process and procedures for making this regulation. And that is a prescription of the law that there should be adequate, there should be consultation. And we have been, we have ensured that that has been done. And I am trying to underscore this, especially from the vibe from one of the panelists, indicating that maybe some of the regulations, that have been passed, that are not, the language used is in terms of economical to production. So I need to say this, that we have been very consultative, and in that respect, the process of making the regulation have been participative. Given, and the intent of that is to ensure that the industry is not strangulated. I'm happy Mr. Sage, when he was making his own speech, recognized the fact that we have continually assured the industry that we see ourselves more as a business enabler. So we understand the challenges, and that is the challenges posed by the energy transition, and that at best, the regulator should do everything possible to be a business enabler. So in that respect, so whatever regulation we are making needs to actually conform to this. And so if we are in a way making the regulation process participative, we, in that respect, are not strangulating the industry. And besides that, we are equally, the regulator is open to that in a way that, the implementation becomes easy for both the regulator and the industry in a manner that the activities of the industry are incentivized. So I need to make that one very clear. Yes. Then, apart from that, we are shifting from the conventional role of a regulator. You understand, like I've said, that as a business enabler, I was having a conversation with my colleague, that is Mr. Sembi. Before, in the weeks ahead, we have planned to have a major event for the industry, where, as part of process of edging, that is the impact of the energy transition. Part of the discourse here, I've revealed that part of the issues that needs to be dealt with is the issue of course, the security and funding. There are major issues that are confronting the energy. And the regulator recognizes that on the first aspect of that is security, we are working in collaboration with all the arms, that is the abrasive arms of government, including, of course, the NNPC, dealing with the kinetic aspect of the issue of security. And of course, the figures that the impact of that, are shown that, if you recall, by last quarter of last year, we were, that is the national production, was, oscillating around 1.1 million barrels a day. But today, the situation has changed, and that is the remarkable progress that has been achieved from this collaborative.
Sisi, just allow me to make a quick intervention, and it's either the hall is completely warm, or the passion at which you're delivering your message is what is causing the dripping. So I'll allow you to find that respite. And I also, at some point, brilliant.
Yes.
Brilliant. But I would put you on the pause there, and I'll catch your breath. Okay. I also remember one of the panelists saying something around overlapping in the regulator's job as it affects what they do. And I hope your notes will be completely different, because you're the second most prominent regulator as a product of the PIA. We're still going to come to the PIA issues. Bashir Sadiq is representing the authority chief executive. Let's hear your perspective as per what the regulations you're doing, and in response to what the panelists had to say earlier.
Thank you very much, Olu. First of all, let me express the apologies of the authority chief executive for his inability to attend this. He's in between flights, and definitely in subsequent forums, he's going to be with us. Well, I think for me to make any useful comment, I need to have some perspective on the energy situation in Africa. It is given, we all agreed, that Africa is a country that is energy rich. We have the energy resources, it's available, but the biggest issue is connecting that energy with our population for it to be useful to them. And that is where we came in as the NMDRA. We have the singular responsibility of guiding the industry to make that energy useful to our people. So, and that starts with the midstream, where this energy is converted to useful products for the end user. And coming back to our regulations and our regulatory processes, the PIA has given us the guide on how to promulgate these regulations in consultation with our stakeholders. And in the last few months that we have been in existence, we are also able to pass 12 regulations that have been gazetted. They were a product of very extensive consultations. They are a product of very extensive thoughts by industry leaders, users, and it cut across the whole spectrum of the Nigerian society. Having said that, yes, coming back to your question, Olu, the PIA may have some issues, but the fact is we consider those as teething problems that we can resolve as we go. I want everybody to consider that the PIA has been in the works for over 20 years. It came through various iterations, and finally it was passed in 2021. Of course, there is no human endeavor that is devoid of hiccups, and PIA is not an exception. And there is wisdom in the fact that the CCE is a member of the board of the NDPRA, and so is the ACE of the NMDRA, is a member of the board of the commission. And that way, it ensures that if there is any conflict, they are easier to be resolved. But whatever both organizations are doing together or individually, the bottom line, like the CCE mentioned, is to enable their businesses. And we do that in the NDPRA, and we continue looking forward to working with the industry to make sure that happens.
I think the concern by stakeholders isn't that of the intent and the processes that have been put in place for the regulators, but I think the speed at recognizing where the world is moving. The agenda may not be considering Nigeria as an entity, but we have businesses in Nigeria, and we're also part of the global system. So I think the missing link, or if you would say, the weak link would be the speed of accentuating some of this demand. And I'm glad that today isn't the last day of the event. So as you step down, I know that people, some of those concerns, it's either there has not been enough hand across the table to understand and make sure that what you are pursuing in terms of regulation and making sure that you are working in conjunction with what the stakeholders are asking for, and there's that not distance, because I believe some of the points raised by Philip, raised by Austin Avoro, and Irene were points that suggest that these were not just issues, they were really deep concerns in terms of how regulation helps them to achieve their work. We're running a bit out of time, and I'm still going to get the panelists to come join us to create more perspective to what we're doing. But I'd like you to round off on what you were saying so that as they come in, you get seated. If they throw back those questions, I'll bring you back, or I'll get you to answer those questions directly.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Olu. Let me say, like I started, okay, of course, that is, like Sadiq said, yes, we recognize the fact that there has been issues of regulatory overlap, that is between the two regulators, and that it has been a matter of concern for the industry. Yes, and of course, it is a new law, and as pioneers, we continue to implement the law and continue to take note of the challenges in the course of the implementation. As a matter of fact, we expect that the incoming government will be asking us to, make that is input into the, the status report, that will be handed over to the incoming government. So we actually intend, and we are compiling this, we intend to actually make that as part of our input. That is our observation as pioneers in the course of implementation of the report. So we're going to do that. Then, again, quickly, I laid the background that in making the regulation, we've been very, very consultative. That is, and equally, as I speak, we are embarking on sensitization, campaign, that is to actually make the stakeholders, the operators and the stakeholders at large to actually understand where we are, as far as the issue of the regulation is concerned. Lastly, before I round up, is the fact that as a regulator, we are not static in our views. We are not static. We are following the trend of the energy transition. And for NUPRC, we have, in response to issue of energy transition, created a new department known as that is carbonization and that is decarbonization and monetization department, which is targeted and focused on tracking the energy transition and positioning the regulator, to mitigate all those.
Okay, I must say a very big thank you. Sadiq, I would come to you, but because of time, it would be interesting to have the business leaders. Whilst you could sit in the office and get some feedback on what you want to do to enhance the regulation, I think it's important for us to hear from the business leaders how they decide and make the decisions on their board and what they're looking at in terms of projections when they push the chase board, when they move around. You need to see from their perspective what exactly is what they're talking about. And at this point, I'm going to try to quickly constitute that panel and allow you some breath to step down so that we can have the panelists come up and get ready, because interesting times are ahead. I'll quickly ask the Managing Director of SNEPCO to join us, Ms. Esther Elaho, sorry. Esther is my mom's name. Apologies. Apologies. Yes, yes, sir. Please. Okay, yes, that's fine. Okay, they've started coming out. All right, so we have also the MD of Techno Company, Techno Oil, Madam Kichi, joining us. Everyone, I got to be sure that we all can play here. Not so far, please. All right. Quickly, while they settle in, just a quick round of applause for my panelists so that they can feel welcome. So we're looking at Africa at the heart of global energy mix, and what this panel would attempt to do is to look at the Nigerian perspective, the future for Nigeria as far as this energy mix conversation is concerned. And I will take it up very quickly and ask us to have a quick opening on that. Let's start with you, ma'am. And it's 2 minutes each. Let's have your opening on this global perspective of energy mix. And after that, we can fire on with the questions. Please press the button. Yes.
Thank you, Olu, and good afternoon, everybody. I know we're between you and lunch, but we'll make sure that the session is worthwhile. We've spent yesterday and all of today talking about the global energy mix. And it is moving very fast. We recognize that. But as I spent a couple of hours trying to understand what is holding us back, and that's where the various scenarios come in. You know, as Shell, we always have scenarios that we build. And I looked at the recent scenario, and I'm just going to describe this scenario to you, and you yourself can then tell me where you think Nigeria falls in. So the scenarios, what the scenarios does is to see how the various countries react to the energy vulnerability. And the first one is the green dream. And you have countries that are vulnerable to energy supply, but they're wealthy enough to cope with the price spike. You can guess where that country is. EU, all the countries in EU. If you talk of innovation, they produce energy, not concerned about supply interruption, but have political vulnerability linked to price swing. That's US, right? And then you think of the Great Wall of Change. They have enough domestic supply, strong enough economy to be insulated from both supply and price fear. And you know what that country is, China. And then you've got the suffers. They have neither significant domestic supply nor great wealth, and they are vulnerable to both supply and price shock. So if you ask ourselves, where are we as Nigeria, you would see that we are in suffers. But to be honest, what is stopping us from being the Great Wall of Change? We've got sufficient gas, domestic supply. And if you look at Nigeria, if you talk about energy mix, we're rich in energy mix. We've got natural gas. We've got wind. We've got solar. We've got oil. You can go on and on and on. So what is stopping us from being the next China? And that's where the next government comes in. We need support. For us to become the next China, it requires significant investment. We've heard today, everybody is running around for the same source of fund. How are we going to attract fund to Nigeria? We need a stable environment. Our regulatory environment needs to be very stable. Last year we were here, we talked about gas being the transition fuel. But we also need to be able to tackle the issue with pricing when it comes to NAG. We want to grow the gas business in Nigeria. It is our transition fuel. But we've been talking about it. We need to move with the speed of light. We do not want our gas to become like coal in the next couple of years. So we need to move with that speed of light. And then we've got strong government leadership, and that's where the new government comes in. I'm one person that believes that Nigeria can become the Great Wall of Change. We can be the next China. So the question is, what is stopping us and what are we doing about it? What am I doing about it? What are you doing about it?
So, pricing, one very stubborn issue as far as gas is concerned that really has not been really addressed, especially as regards domestic gas supply and all of that. And it's a major challenge also for the power companies. That is yet to be resolved. I'm coming to you, Olumide, and I'm going to ask you to quickly give us your opening. I'm just going to go back and forth as a downstream player. This is also one area that affects the businesses you do from midstream down to downstream. Let's have your opening thoughts on where you see Nigeria among these energy mix and what exactly is the future in this perspective. So we understand what it is, then we can begin to articulate how to wriggle out of some of the challenges we have.
Thank you very much, Olu. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to maybe look at this less through the lens of, or less through the precision of the energy mix and take a step back and really talk about how we build a sustainable future, particularly in the downstream. So for openers, he introduced me. I wear two hats, and I'll be speaking to both hats here today. I am the CEO of Adova PLC. Adova PLC is an emerging integrated energy company that has footprint both in the upstream. We own a majority in a marginal field. We are deep in the marine business. We're also very present in the retail downstream business. Incidentally, we're also building the largest LPG facility in West Africa. It's a 20,000 metric ton propane-rated facility, which will really be able to accommodate all of this gas that we've been talking about here today. It's about 85% complete, and we are tracking to deliver this in Q3 of this year. So in terms of capacity, that's where we are. But I also represent a professional association, the Major Oil Marketers Association of Nigeria. We're going to change that name soon. I'm seeing Seplat do the energy thing. I feel like oil is a bit too narrow, especially given that this is a conversation around an energy mix. So we've done a lot of the work. We have done a lot of work as MoMan. It's a body of the big players whose roots are IOC roots. So we have a lot of good practices built into it. But the challenges we face are very well documented. And if you listen to the conversation, you walked into the room, or when I walked into the room and I heard the conversations that were going on, you might be forgiven to think that there is full deregulation in the downstream because we're all speaking as though that's done. But we know for a fact that actually that's not the case. The reality of the matter is that the most fundamental aspect of the PIA have not been implemented or have been suspended in terms of implementation in Nigeria. And specifically, it's around the creation of a free market where pricing is determined by the forces of supply and demand, rather than by law. I beg your pardon. So, rather than talk about all the problems we have, let's fast forward and really kind of crash this party and say that, okay, well, the issues and challenges are well known. They're very well documented. So, what's the solution? We had an industry big tent event, a big conversation, we called it, about a month ago. And we had every downstream participant involved. It was the biggest event I've seen as the chairman of MoMan. We had about 500 attendees, and it was everybody from all the leaders of the trade associations, IPMAN, DAPMAN, everybody was there. And we concatenated all of that feedback. And what we want what we believe the industry needs are three things. Deregulation must happen in full, and it must happen immediately. That's the first thing that needs to happen. We can no longer have a situation where there is a single supplier. The country is far too big for that. And so that's very well known. The second thing we must do is that as we're deregulating, we must make sure that we have execution in excellence in execution. That means that we must make sure that as we manage this big transition, this big change, it must be done with all the lights on, with our eyes wide open, and it must be done in a way that's sustainable. The last piece is that we must do this in full transparency. That means the public must be involved, everybody that is a stakeholder, and which is everybody. There's no country in the world where people know more about hydrocarbons on a technical level than Nigeria. I mean, even the way the things we call things that are common, have common names, PMS, it's petrol, AGO. I mean, we're quite a technical country, so we know a lot about it. So it's absolutely critical that everybody that feels their stakeholders are carried along. And we batch that under communication, engagement, collaboration. Now, the reason why deregulation must happen immediately is very obvious. It will reduce smuggling. Smuggling to us is the pipeline intervention of the downstream, of the upstream. It will help us increase investment in the downstream. Absolutely. We keep talking about making investments in this thing, but if we're not in a place where we're able to make cost-reflective profit, then there's no investment that's going to be made. As it is, a lot of the big players that are in the downstream are investing on a gamble. They're all gamblers. They're all investing on a gamble. They're buying all these stations, acquiring all these assets in the hope that at some day there'll be deregulation. And when deregulation comes in, then we will all start coming to work on horses. But that hasn't happened yet, so it must happen. And then it will also help with currency stability. We spend far too much time in my organization and in the Moman organizations looking for how to find dollar for LC, how to fill the dollar. The current mix is 15% INE window, 85% or higher for the other. So we must deal with that. And in doing that, we've come up with a prescription. This prescription has been communicated largely. It's based around 3 phases. The first thing you must do is you must prepare for the deregulation. The last thing we want to do is to have the challenges we had with the last transition we did, was really trying to move currency from one color to another. And that proved to be quite problematic because we did not plan or prepare well for it. So we must make sure that when we make this change is done in a way that's sustainable. So we have a whole plan and design phase. That's really around making sure we have the right infrastructure. Hydrocarbons are delivered purely by road in Nigeria. Only 13% of our roads are tarred or paved. So there's some gaps that we need to do to make sure that there's efficiency in the system. Open access is a big thing. We talk about it a lot, but we don't actually execute on it. It means that for every oil asset that there is, every player, every participant, every paid-up participant in the industry must be able to use that facility. So that's quite important. I'll skip to execution, which is the second phase. And in execution, what we must do is to make sure that the day after deregulation, the day after price ceiling is removed, we must make sure that as a country, we are all constantly talking to people and managing the risk that comes with it. Because if we fail to do that, then we lose everyone. And it's when there's an asymmetry in information, asymmetry in carrier along, that tensions rise and people start threatening to burn petrol stations down. The last piece of it is that we must, once we execute, so after day one, we must make sure that we are constantly monitoring the landscape to make sure that we are aware of where the potential pitfalls are. So that's for today. But we must also make sure that for tomorrow, we realize that there is a world beyond petrol, that there is a world beyond hydrocarbons, and that we have one eye on that radar, making sure that we are using the money that we're now recouping, the margins that we're recouping from the fuel sales, and putting it into investing in the future. Right. So that's kind of near term, what we must do. Then long term, long term, we must make sure that we build an infrastructure that's sustainable. And there's a couple of points here that I think we just need to do. The first thing is, the sweat is not, it's not as bad as it looks.
Okay,
thank you very much. I can manage it. Well, thank you. Okay. I know Olu's very concerned about my welfare. Yes. Thank you very much. So on the final leg, we must make sure that what we're doing is sustainable. So we must make sure we're able to invest in renewables. We must promote cleaner fuels. We must be able to move from where we are today, which is a 500 ppm world, into a world that's prescribed by the PIA, which is an Afri-5 world, which is also where the whole of Africa is going by 2025, and eventually migrate to an Afri-6 world, which is where the rest of Africa is going by 2030. We must all collaborate to do that. We must create diversity in the industry. Stats, and this is current stats, McKinsey tells us that companies that have women representation in the upper echelons of management, executive management to be precise, perform better than others. They put a number to it, it's 20%. So we must make sure that we continue to do that, not because it's a nice thing to have, but clearly because it's good for business. I'm not trying to win any votes here. I think the elections are pretty much over. We must also make sure that we are making sure that small to medium enterprise is getting absolutely what they need in terms of their ability to participate in this. In the upstream world, it's the independents. And we saw how proudly and boldly Austin spoke earlier about what the independents are doing. We have a large contingent of independents here. And one of the roles that Moman has done up until now is Moman has led the industry in terms of bringing credibility in safety and standard, in flipped optimization, in manuals and standard operating procedures. We have really led the industry. So we must make sure that that leadership and that inculcation of good practices that we've started must not be lost. And then lastly, it's a great opportunity here. It's a great opportunity here. Everyone's talked about it, but it's an important point to make, and that's leapfrogging. We have everything we need to jump to the next level. Absolutely everything. In fact, I think, Doctor, you spoke earlier of everything. That's literally from stone, from hydrocarbons, to lithium, copper, you name it. We have all of it. Let's not waste that opportunity. Let's continue to dream big.
Thank you very much, Olumide. It's interesting why you can hear him keep drilling and drilling. The downstream is one aspect that most Nigerians want to hear, especially after a very intense conversation from conferences like this. I did understand some of the numbers that we raise, and just a quick understanding of what happens when you tinker with regulations. The level of arbitrage that has been created by way of suspending some aspects of the PIA is the reason why you have a situation where, for instance, you have trucks and trucks of refined petroleum products come into this country with all of the payments, and they travel all the way to Côte d'Ivoire. Just 5 million at the borders, and the guys and the gatekeepers look this way. The trucks go all the way to Côte d'Ivoire, and that's just a reflection of what happens when you upset regulation. I'm going to come to you, Madam Kichiobi, and because what I also see is that some people have looked at the entire system and looked at the law and said to themselves, you know why? You know what? While governments sort themselves out, I'm going to position myself in some areas where I'll have less troubles. I've seen some people in the downstream. We've talked about energy access. There's a workbook. We're talking about energy transition. But the narrative for Nigeria has been that of energy access and the fact that energy affordability. I will see that your company is making rapid investments in some areas of energy access. Tell us a bit about that positioning locally that your company is doing by way of your opening remarks, what Techno Oil is doing to give Nigeria an outlook that is domesticated away from the big tent, which is the energy transition conversation.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, there has been a lot of discussion today on the global energy mix, and when we look at all that, and there are several other discussions today, or even yesterday, was that we have oil, we have gas, 600 billion people have no electricity. It's been said on and on, but then let me use that to drive my point. Our 900 has clean cooking, has no clean cooking. And then how do we are trying to kind of reduce our energy mix. How do we go about that? So it becomes very clear that that's how Techno Oil came in, because we need to reduce the fossil fuels, we need to reduce the biomass, and then Techno-Oil is an integrated downstream company, majorly. And thereabout years, our business started with fuels. But over time, yes, we looked at the global trend and saying that, yes, years to come, that business might be out of the way. And in terms of cleanliness to health, we need to position ourselves, transit to cleaner energy. At that point, we decided to fully look at the entire LPG value chain. But then we thank LNG, I don't know whether they are here, in 2014, they came up with, because one is to process gas, one is to have gas abundant in Nigeria, that's the natural gas reserves, but then another one is to distribute those gas. At that point, Nigeria has the gas, but then this gas, we are not even in homes. But a policy is what drives opportunities. And LNG was able to drive that policy in terms of coming in 2014. In 2014, yes. And when we saw that drive in them, knowing that the gas is available, at least not imports, because everybody knows here that the foreign exchange is not there for you to, for a country that has abundant gas reserves. But LNG opened that window for us. And that's how we came about the investment we did, looking at the entire value chain. We started by bottling plants, spent a lot of, so how do we, because we've seen, we equally looked at the study saying that the adoption level in Nigeria was quite low, even worse than countries, our neighboring West African countries. So at that point, we looked at it, and what are the challenges that we're having at that point? That was affordability, accessibility, availability. They were not there. And what is it? Why is it there? Because the gas is not available. So we tried to now put in infrastructure. We didn't do it in one day. We just started step by step within the limit of our financial muscle because the banks were not there. So we started by putting the bottling plants, the skids in retail outlets, the terminal that we had, which is about 10,000 metric tons, and then the cylinder manufacturing plant so that people can afford to buy the cylinders and buy the right cylinders, the quality cylinders. As today, Techno cylinder is the best. You have all kinds of China cylinders in the country because we stick to standard. So these are all how we came about the whatever, because for me, in our own little way and everybody doing one thing, we'll be able to get there and achieve the energy mix we are trying to look at. So the entire thing is energy is whatever, we have looked at the Ukrainian war and seen that yes, gas will definitely play a big role in the global energy mix. We can't run away with it, and we should be happy that Nigeria has a lot to drive the industry, to drive homes. There are about 8 mitigants to achieving your global energy mix, about 8 or whatever. But for us in the downstream, the 2, I believe, is kind of providing an infrastructure and then reduction of the biomass, which is the fuel, reduction in the biomass and reduction in the fossil fuels. Those 2 are very key to us, and we are doing that, trying to ensure that we work around it, but we equally need government support. The PIA is not there. PIA is there. We started with PIB. We escalated. We are happy 2021, there's the PIA came in, but the implementation is not there. I know that the NMDRA has some short and medium-term plans to drive some of what is there in the PIA, but at the moment, I don't think nothing has been done on it, so we are urging that the government should be able to kind of get this thing implemented. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Ikechi. I'm going to come to you, Dr. Rene, and I'm going to quickly just ask you something that I've just put on here as we look at all of the perspective. And yeah, financing was actually mentioned as a very critical challenge that the industry faced. And I remember someone making the comment that monies, I'm sure that you did that, monies will go to where they feel welcomed. What would be your thoughts on investment and financing opportunities as Nigeria tries to embrace and position itself to quickly join the conversation around energy transition? Because the agenda around the global agenda around the energy transition doesn't seem to be really considering the points that the OPEC Secretary General was making yesterday when he made a very strong point for Africa. Based on these resources, the energy poor countries must be heard, and their resources must be developed. How do you see these opportunities and how Nigeria can embrace it, or Nigerian businesses? Dr. Rene, please.
That's me, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks for that question. In the capitalist world, they say that money is equivalent to development. That's no different to where we come from, Africa. 25 million Africans have become poorer through the increase in the energy cost just off the back of the Ukraine and Russia crisis. We saw locally LPG, or at least cooking gas prices, effectively double, increased by 100%. And I like the point you made at the beginning about being so exposed to those fluctuations. Capital is king. I want to leapfrog to the regulator's role. I think the complexity around a 20-year law in regulatory change and that happening overnight and giving it to people to implement must not be understated. As of today, there is a lot that's in flux, there's a lot that's changing at once. That's effectively the PIA. We've held our breath for 20 years, and it's come into play, and now we all have to figure it out. So it's here. Consultation is the only way forward. And the regulators are engaged in that deeply. We're certainly part of the conversations we have across the downstream, the midstream, and the upstream. Could we talk about pace? I think that is a larger macro issue in the engagement and how those engagements move forward quicker. But in my view, the complexities around discharging the responsibilities that the Act put in place into regulations that allow companies like every single company sitting here to harness and be profitable from the law, or at least the basis of the law, is not an easy task. I must just put that out there. We see an environment, both in the upstream and the downstream, that's suffering a dearth of investment. That's at the heart of all of this. You talked about pipelines, we talked about security challenges. All of this is down to investment, oversight, and will. But I want to focus on the capital aspect very quickly. If we take Nigeria as an example, and we say, over the next 10 to 15 years, we want to take that will and transform it into true success. I believe we can. We have the backbone of the regulation. We need the intent of the other participants and stakeholders who may not be in this room, security forces, other stakeholders that contribute to the ecosystem that actually makes the oil and gas industry work. And of course ourselves to do our work. But by the time you put the key components in place, you will find, and this point was made in the earlier session, that most opportunities in Nigeria are economically viable and truly profitable. What degrades the economic viability is the associated risks. And if we look at it from that premise, then we can certainly work backwards from the answer. We know what the answer is. The answer is creating that enabling environment for us to attract investment, but we can't just single out regulation. I can tell you for a fact, the problems I encountered today that erode 70 to 80% of my P&L have nothing to do with regulation. Absolutely nothing to do with regulation. So it's all well and good. I guess they're in the room, so we can point the guns at them, but the problem is, it's complex, huh? It's very complex. And I think whilst we talk about this, we must appreciate that complexity and solve for all the dimensions of that complexity.
I'm just going to ask you, yes, please, if you want to. I was just going to, make an intervention by asking, do we see very real appetite on the side of the business leaders? Because whilst, like you said, it's easy to point guns at the regulators, do we see real appetite by the business leaders to look at those risks and measure them, look at the areas that can be de-risked very quickly and make their investment decisions based on that, and travel along with a lot of hope and a lot of faith that we are all dressed up with somewhere to go? Yes.
I guess the question is for me.
Oh, okay. I was actually, okay. I wanted him to round off on that.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. And you can just take over from that.
Can the stakeholders before you identify quick wins, make progress, and create an enabling environment to attract funding? Is that really the core of your question?
Part of it.
Part of it, okay. The state is responsible for the enabling environment for business to thrive. Business brings in the capital and creates the investments to create value. A 1% increase in electricity affordability creates a 2% increase in GDP. So if we said, hypothetically, we could improve, taking electricity as an example, by only 4%, 3%, we will see a 6 to 8% GDP reflection. What I'm trying to do here is tie the destiny of any state, any country, to the decisions it makes with regards to the enabling environment it creates for its businesses to thrive. In Germany, the Bundestag are a group of companies, small and medium-sized companies. They contribute 70% to the GDP of the German economy. These are not big companies, multinationals, these are small and medium-sized companies. So whilst we can talk about accessing quick wins and solving those problems, that is the only reason most of us are alive today, we do need an enabling environment that's driven by will right from the top, that engages with the different stakeholders that are responsible for securing life and property, for ensuring that the banks are able to survive with the level of investment and turnaround of capital, that the ecosystem is buzzing with activity such that people, skills, and all the relevant industrial equipment that we need to move these industries forward are within reach and accessible. The moment you don't have any big projects in Nigeria, the oil and gas industry suffers because all of that technical expertise goes somewhere else. So to your point, we've been addressing quick wins for a very long time. I think we need to talk about a more global issue across Africa and Nigeria as to how we support that enabling environment, because that is the only thing that can truly create the value that we seek.
That's a very honest and vital point you made, because I was going to ask if the business leaders are actually divorced in their operations from the environment they operate in view of the terms of whether the environment understands what they're doing. They're just doing business, the regulators are doing what they need to do. And if you take up that point, Mr. Biodu, from where he stopped, I was going to ask if, yes, a lot of people have said something about the PIA being a working document and a work in progress. But has it arrived, no sooner than it arrived, that it became a still document to the point where it seemed like The players are just watching to see the full implementation. I'm going to come to you, Olumide, to ask you what you think the dangers are eventually when June comes and that cap is taken, because it's one big cinema that we don't know what the theaters have there for us. Mr. Biodi, let's take it up from there.
Thank you. I think we can say that we had a very rich day today. I mean, the session before dealt on an array of things, but one thing that was clear is in terms of the context, I think we're all aligned in the context, in how, and if we go back to the topic and the theme, Africa at the heart of the global energy mix, and what is ahead for Nigeria, I think we all agree that the future going forward, and Elo, alluded to that, is that we all agree that gas will be a transition fuel going forward. So we are all on that basis. We all agree. So we're all landed with regards to that. But one thing that is also clear, and I don't want to go back to everything that Victor spoke about. One thing that's actually clear is that the environment that we're in, apart from having an abundance of hydrocarbons, the abundance is actually not that complex. So you talked about quick wins. We have very quick win opportunities in this country today, meaning that we do have a legacy, we do have a history. So if we do choose to go the path of exploiting it, it should be very easy. Now, you talked about the PIA and the regulations, and I think one thing that was great today is that we were very honest, and this was a very honest town hall in a sense, in which we all spoke. And I think somebody mentioned here that everybody is actually in the room here today. And the CC was very honest and open in his remarks, and he came up and he addressed the issues that were brought to the House. I'm going to quote Alex, because Alex said something that hit me, in which he said that if we're not careful, this document that we're talking about could quickly become, obsolete. That's just to say that when we talk about regulations and we talk about laws, we always have to remain very open that these laws can evolve and they will evolve. We must commend the Commission, and we must commend the Commission because what they've been hit with, and Sadiq alluded to it, is 20 years of preparation of a document, and overnight it's been put there. And here we live it. And here you need massive amounts of resources to transform that into a working document. And apart from that, it's a change in mindset of all the people, because we've been in a previous mindset for years under a different way of working, and overnight we're changing. That being said, there is a danger, and I'm going to quote Alex again, and it's what you were talking about with regards to capital. We are in competition for capital. So at the end of the day, capital will go to where it has the best returns. And what we don't have a luxury of, we don't have a luxury of time. So while we know and we appreciate that there are challenges, at the same time we need to address them quickly, otherwise time is out. And I think somebody else on the panel talked about that if we do get to a situation in which we lose that culture in a sense, we may lose it forever. So, I mean, I love this environment. I love this town hall. I'm going to call it a town hall, in which we've been absolutely frank with ourselves that we do have a great opportunity. We're all aligned with the fact that the transition and how, the means and the themes and the elements of the transition are there. We also, I'm of the conviction that we have low-hanging fruits in which we can capitalize today, but ultimately, what we need to address is time and flexibility in dealing with our issues.
Thank you very much. Madam Eloha, I'd like you to share that note as soon as we step down from here with the CCE. Is a document that we need to all look at. What are we in competition against? What are our potentials? what can we be, where are we, where have we been, and where are we headed to. I think that's the summary of what you have as a document there. And to quickly ask you to respond to what will be your thoughts on a sustainable future for the midstream, the upstream. You may not necessarily want to comment on the downstream. But in saying that, I mean, the simple term sustainability means something is started. How can it be sustainable? In just layman's term, how can we have a sustainable future based on the things that we're discussing and the opportunities and potentials? And Dr. Irene talked about how we have dwelt so much in the past with quick wins. And it brings me to think that when we talk about the future, are we up against a cliche that says it's like the quinine and malaria? So both of them, it's a case of I have malaria, quinine is quite bitter, am I ready to swallow it now or keep pumping myself with vitamin C, hoping that I'll be fine? Are we ready to take on that quinine and get this malaria sorted out? Madam Eloho, as you talk about the sustainable future in the energy mix for Nigeria.
Yeah, when we talk about sustainability in the energy mix, most especially for Nigeria, a lot really comes to mind. And we've talked about gas, clean energy. We know that gas is a transition fuel. There's clean energy there. But we've also got the renewable energy. If you look at Nigeria today, growing up as a child, I grew up knowing Kanji Dam, hydro. How much investment have we made in hydro, and how are we bringing it on stream? It's all about fast pace in this modern day and world. We've got to be really fast about the things we do. And then if you look at solar, Nigeria is blessed, really blessed. And that's why a company like us, Shell, we recognize that the energy mix is what will take us. Yes, predominantly gas will be the transition fuel, but we have quickly started looking at other sources of energy. And that's where you find us quickly diversifying. Just recently, we acquired Daystar, which is a power company in Africa, one of the biggest in Africa. So we recognize already that power is an issue, and we are already diversifying into that to see how we can grow the power industry in Nigeria. We've got Daystar in Nigeria. We also have got Olon. It's amazing that with Olon, we've put out $200 million to be able to support the solar energy in Nigeria. But what's the uptake like? We've talked about this $200 million for almost 2-3 years. It will amaze you that we still have not have people take up that $200 million. So we've got to ask ourselves, what is it about Nigeria that makes it very difficult for business to thrive? And that's where the non-technical risk comes in. Doing business in Nigeria is challenging. And because it is challenging, it makes it very expensive to do business. For any business to be sustainable, you've got to think about the supply chain. You've got to think about the cost of investment. You've got to think about financing, the end-to-end of everything. You've got to really think about it. So as a country, we've got to ask ourselves, we don't lack knowledge when it comes to technical. We've got that brain power in Nigeria. But the non-technical risk continues to make it impossible for us to do business in Nigeria. And for any business to be sustainable, for us to say, yes, our energy industry is sustainable, we've got to be ready to tackle some of this non-technical risk. So you've got security. We've talked a lot about that. Let's look at our contractor capacity in country. We've been saying we want to grow it. It's no news that we've got big contractors are not playing in Nigeria anymore. It's now making it challenging for projects to run. On top of it, we have our local content laws. It is an act. We must comply with it. There's no doubt about that. But we've got to ask ourselves, when it becomes challenging to comply and all the contractors use that as a reason to increase your cost, we then have got to ask ourselves, what can we do to balance the situation, to attract contractors, to attract investment, to make projects grow? For our energy sector to be sustainable, we've got to begin to tackle some of these non-technical challenges.
Thank you, Ella. I'm going to come to you, Olumide, and in quick seconds as we begin to round off, spin off from that, the non-technical risk. When in June, the government decides, the incoming government decides to remove the peg on PMS, I don't know if this town hall should have been expanded to include more people. As Madam was speaking, I thought maybe the CBN should be here. Maybe the Chief of Defense Staff should have been here when we talk about security matters. Because I was in the Niger Delta for 4 to 5 months, marauding through the creeks and all of that, pursuing the oil theft story. And part of what looked like some non-technical risk, which she talked about, is the villager sees what they are doing as work. So the way you go to a job farm to say, I want bricklayers, I want carpenters to come work in a building construction going on somewhere, that's the way they get recruited. They just tell them, come and work here. A lot of them are completely dislodged from what happens from what we are talking about here. So they come to site. It's called site. And they tell them, move this crude from this pit. Your job is to move. If you can move like 10 bags or 20 bags, you get paid. Move it from this pit. Take it to the pit at the entrance of the door where it will be burnt or cooked. And right there, these are live pictures I'm telling you. Right there, you see people who... So you see another chain of business. The food seller comes there to sell food to them. And when you come and talk about oil theft, they are surprised what you're talking about. They are fundamental to what you do. You sit in the offices. They make a mess of your business. It's one aspect that has not been talked about in terms of sustainability.
We call them co-producers.
It's important to have this town hall expanded, I should think. Because when the subsidy gets removed after 18 months, any government, whoever that it is that comes in, will be seen as being wicked, which is what all the governments have thought of in terms of blocking and causing all of the problems that we have from that singular decision. This is our patrimony. I won't buy fuel at 400 naira per liter. Why should I do that? We heard that we produce crude and we produce oil. Why should I buy fuel at 450 or 600? You have a big problem in your hand, Moman. Or is it Merman? Because it's going to be maybe Major Energy Marketers Association. I'll give you the invoice. Yeah, Mormon. When that happens, what do you envisage as we talk about all of these sustainability issues, non-technical problems? Huge investment Techno is doing. I'm sure I saw something like distribution of 50,000 cylinders of gas. Some of the women they were giving it to, they still went and dumped it and continued with their fossil fuel because they don't understand. They see it as a largesse. Oh, thank you. The woman came and donated gas cylinders to us. She's a good woman. Is she coming out for politics? They say no. She's just doing it. This is what government says. Government says don't use firewood, use gas. I'm trying to just let us break some of these things down and remove it from these big words and look at what Nigeria is facing as a major challenge. We're going to have one by June. Speak.
Thank you. And I think it's the impending date whatever it is that we've all been trying to prepare for. The reality of the matter is that someone mentioned earlier that there's nothing we don't have in writing, and it's true. There's absolutely nothing we don't have in writing in Nigeria. I've been in this role for about 4 years, and I saw something that came to me the other day, and it was the first time, I'm ashamed to say the first time I was seeing it, and it's 2 documents, and they were very powerful documents. The first one was the National Petroleum Policy, written and vetted by the FEC in 2017. The second one was the Nigerian Gas Policy, vetted FEC 1703 2017. When you open these documents, they as complete a set of processes, procedures, all the good reasons why you should take away a price ceiling, why the market, why the market economy and the laws of supply and demand should take effect. It's all there. The risks, the pitfalls, so it's all documented. So what has happened is that actually a few people have had access to that document, and I will say Moman first, and maybe I'll extend it to Dapman, and by trickle down to Ipman. People have already been working and operating along these lines, not necessarily in preparation, but because that was a standard to work towards. So the reality of the matter is that come that day, the major thing you're going to have to take care of is the non-technical piece, is the human aspect, right? It is what is going to happen when my bus ride from Isolo to Kokomaiko is now going to be 300 naira. It's really, that's what we're going to have to look after, and that is really, in fact, let me paraphrase what we're solving for. How do we create a practical regime where those who can afford it pay for the cost of the subsidy so that the people of lower means can still go about their job without really feeling segregated. And that's what the government has to solve for. There are a number of solutions that are out there that have already been promoted. People have been talking about palliatives and ways to solve this for decades. And there are some very pragmatic solutions out there that target that deliver the subsidy at the point of need that are out there. And I think it's really just a matter of having the energy and the willpower to really to drive that. But as an industry, the industry itself is ready, has been ready, and will continue to, even in our readiness, will continue to be ready for the next big thing that comes. We're ready. We really need the enabling environment created, and even with that, we're prepared to take steps.
I hope part of that readiness will be the fact that it's possible that people will be considering stoning some fuel stations when this happens. I don't know how that's going to be solved. I don't like it when
stoning will be the least
one
of the
stands
problem.
over me. I don't know if we can do this in 30 seconds. It does appear that we're going to push a lot to the next incoming government. Quick expectations, if it is realizable. 30 seconds, 20 seconds.
Yeah, we talked about dialogue. There's a need to sustain the dialogue through the next administration. So clearly, I look to the administration, to the regulators. The CC has said that there's an extensive handover that will be done. We pray that the handover is seamless and that the dialogue that we see continues. And just the message is really on timing, on the changes that need to be put in place for yourselves to act in the enabling character that you have said that you are, and you have said that you have put forth so far. So really our case is to see that whatever happens is seamless, and that business continues, and that there is no lull in business activities, because that could arrest development.
Doctor, quickly, let me have your quick thoughts. Madam Nkechi next, and we'll come to Madam Eloho finally. In quick seconds, yes.
So for me, my closing point on this would just be, we need to be impatient. We need to be more impatient to get to where we're trying to go, because where we're trying to go isn't unknown. It's known to everyone in this room. You know, we talk about it in our private moments, whether it's regulator, as a friend that you have, or industry person. We know where we're trying to go, and the government does as well. So I think we just need to be impatient and try to get there quicker.
Thank you very much, Madam Nkechi, please. Your final thoughts?
think yesterday, one of the discussions we had was that we needed $1 billion monthly to drive infrastructure and operations in the energy mix. Do we really have that money? Do we have the forest? So for me, it's for the government to create an enabling environment to drive and possibly drive forest direct investment into Nigeria so that this whole thing can be better. So that's what
Madam Eleanor, your final thoughts as we wrap up on this segment.
I think the final one for me is there's nothing new that this government is coming into to fix. We already know it. But as experienced industry people, we've got to push the doors and make ourselves available to help them solve the problem. We've talked about it in the morning, we've talked about it in this session, we've talked about PIA implementation, we've talked about gas pricing, we've talked about non-technical risk. We can go on and on and on and on. But are you going to be ready to be able to challenge the government and also to support them? We're good at challenging, but are we going to be ready to support them to be able to grow the industry as we want it to be? Because if you do grow our energy industry, Nigeria economy will thrive.
Thank you very much, my distinguished panelists. The audience have been very wonderful, listening all through. Thank you for allowing us standing between you and lunch. And however, I thought that it was quite engaging. And a quick charge also to energy editors that are here. You also have a role to play in driving this conversation and try to tie the nexus between the environment, the public, the government, and these business leaders right here. Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Just Philip. Just give me a few seconds. Can I have Mr. Connie? Who is around? Mr. Connie or James? If they're not blessing, you can step up and please present to them. Thank you very much. It's a plug of appreciation. Okay, so I want to profusely apologize for how much time we've lost today. You can all agree with me that I have played little or no part in it, but I must apologize because I've kept you away from lunch. And I say that to say this. For the next speakers and moderators, you can see how pressured we are for time. Please, for the rest of our two sessions today, I beg you, your indulgence to please keep to whatever time that I put on the screen with the technical crew for you, so that we can release everyone out of here and do a cocktail later this evening here at the ICC. But for now, lunch is served, but just give us a few more seconds, let them receive their plug and take pictures, and then we can proceed to lunch. Lunch is served at the end of the exhibition hall as you enter there. The ushers and the security team will guide you as to where your respective barges will proceed to get their lunch. Again, apologies for this delay in serving you lunch today. The exhibition took a bit of more time than we anticipated, and I hope you all do understand and bear with us. I'll see you in 40 minutes. Hopefully we would have all had lunch at the time. So I'll see you at 15:50. Two more sessions and we're done. Thank you very much. Huh? Please, CCE and ACE rep, can you please come for the group photograph? Engineer Gwinga Kamola Fesa. Engineer Gwinga Kamola Fesa. CCE, sir, can you please come on stage? CCE. Can they allow CCE to come on stage, please? CCE. industry expert. And he said to me that he is not very surprised. Someone might say this is common knowledge and why should I be shocked? Well, just as Ahimen said yesterday, Ahimen said Saudi Arabia pays 20 what? No, 20 naira per kilowatt hour, thereabout. And then there's another country she put up there that was paying 60. Singapore was paying 65. And she was paying 70 something. So 70 what? 75. Fantastic. My goodness. The sound bites are really... Jagaban should come to this place and just tap your brains, and the next administration will do well in oil and gas industry. We'll get it to him, Abi. Oh, fantastic. But my point is, I was shocked because, or is it that there is subsidy on power? Is there subsidy? There is? I have never paid that subsidy. That's why it does not really occur to me that there's subsidy on power. I pay somewhere around 60 something, if I check well, between 60 and 70. Sir? Yes. Sorry, can I get a microphone? I can't allow my gas to be. Please give me a wireless mic. And I need. Okay, help me. My guy is talking. I will not be allowing my guy to stress his voice. Okay, come on. I will arrest somebody. I don't have another job, please. It's just this one. These are the men and women that keep me in business. Please, let my guy not stress himself.
So what I'm saying, when they did the service tariff,
yes, sir.
You know, it's a graduated tariff. Mm-hmm. So those people who get power 20 hours and above, the subsidy is almost gone. Mm. So if you get anything below, there's still an element of subsidy in it.
Oh, no wonder. Because
the challenge is to sustain that 20 hours and above. Because the way the tariff works is, if they fail to sustain that for a number of period, you automatically falls to the other tariff. So which means there's an element of efficiency in it, so that the power has to be there to be able to satisfy the service tariff. And the idea is, if more and more people migrate into the service tariff, then you have succeeded in just removing the subsidy through efficiency.
Thank you very much, Engineer. Interesting. You know, well, I enjoy on a good day, if there's no downtime with the TCN lines, I enjoy between 21 and 24 hours. And yes, but what I've noticed is there's been a gradual increase in the tariff. Before 2 months ago, 70,000 was okay for me, my usage. But right now I'm nearing 100,000 every month. So there's been a considerable increase on what it used to be, and that's why I'm saying that. Anyways, so if we take out subsidy for PMS, should we continue subsidy for power? Or take it out as well? Okay, somebody, okay, come. Give this madam mic. All of this is to allow a few people come into the room and we start, because my panel is ready, okay? And we're starting.
So I believe there are two different commodities. If we've taken out subsidy for PMS, don't forget that power didn't have the time in terms of age before it was privatized. At the same time, a lot of the DISCOs and GENCOs are in debt. And so if you look at generally what their balance, what their bottom line in terms of their margin and revenue tells you, there are only two major DISCOs really, or let's say three, that are really putting their head out of water to a good level, which is Ikeja DISCO, Eco, and Ikeja Electric, Eco DISCO, and Abuja. So after those three, really, I don't want to mention the other ones, really. So you can't use the same ideology for PMS
and power. Okay, fantastic, thank you. Okay, let's get into the session. We'll have a bit of a quorum now, so we'll have to go. A lot of time has been lost. So for this session, we have just one quick presentation. After that presentation, the panel will take center stage, and our chair of session will drive the session. And real quick, without much ado, she won the Trendsetters Award yesterday at the N.I.E.S annual awards and dinner, and that is for her contributions in the oil and gas industry. And she is the Managing Director of Stars Investment Company Limited. Please welcome Irohama Ogbaifun. Did they tell you?
Yeah.
He's coming down.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to stand or remain on the already established protocol for today's event. I know that I am getting the lunch crowd, and it's usually a very tough crowd. So I'm so tempted to say, can we shake our body a little bit, make sure that people are still awake? I haven't even started, and making sure people aren't sleeping yet. But if I see anyone dozing, please give me permission to request that we stand up and shake our bodies a little bit. My presentation today is going to be on how special economic zones play a very strategic and integral role in the success of offshore energy development projects. We've had a few of them happen. Over time. Thank you very much. And we've seen, I hope we've learned some lessons, but we still think that more can be done in terms of harnessing the potentials of our special economic zones, particularly the ones that are designed to support oil and gas activities. I would like to just introduce myself quickly. Irogama Ogbaifun, I am the MD of Stars Investments Company Limited. We are a maritime logistics company. We operate vessels that support the operations of IOCs like Chevron and Total. We also have a shipyard, the ship repair yard in N.I.E.S. So I will be speaking basically from a practitioner's point of view in my presentation. But please, by no means is this a scientific research or matter of fact, but just experience. So we've already heard a lot in the last couple of days about, the energy. What should I be doing? I should use this. Okay, I should use that. We've already heard a lot about the energy mix, how Africa is going to be interpreting that, how we're going to maximize our existing oil and gas resources, and how we're going to define what energy transition means for us. And earlier today, we received the report from OPEC, and they already set the tone of what the energy demand will be in the next few years, going to increase by 23%. So what we're basically saying is that there will be opportunities for more offshore energy projects to take place within Africa, and particularly within Nigeria. This also will place a demand on the kind of special economic zones that currently exist and the new ones that are presently in planning and development stages, and what we are doing differently to ensure that we actually get the benefits and the value out of those zones, so that they can actually help us have better success at our offshore energy projects. One of the things that I've noticed looking and just sort of doing my research is that obviously our offshore energy projects are tied to, their success is tied to the strategic location of these SEZs that are supporting them. And as I go on, I'm going to give two examples of in other parts of the world where just taking in that integration between your offshore energy project and tying it to a very, very strategic SEZ, the impact that it had on that project, and then try to bring it home. I'll try not to be so controversial because I don't think we've recorded that level of success yet in seeing that sort of integration, but I think there are lessons to be learned. Now, with the demand increase that will come and the projects that we hope would emerge, if we can get certain things right in terms of enabling environment in Nigeria, it will place a further demand on the existing special economic zones to see how are we able to really provide that support from a technological standpoint, from an infrastructural standpoint, and of course from a skilled workforce standpoint, and then not forgetting environmental sustainability. So I'll just touch very quickly on the benefits of just having strategic SEZs that can support offshore energy projects. Most of the SEZs that are supporting oil and gas projects should or are tied to ports, or they're located along coastline. So you'd see like Lador is like an island. You see Snake Island, which also has SEZ status. It's along the coastline. And you have places like N.I.E.S. N.I.E.S is also a free zone that supports oil and gas activities, also located within the MPA port. This is strategic because maritime logistics plays a very important role in sort of supporting what is happening with the offshore energy projects. So if we have an ideal, and this is just like a utopian situation where these benefits can be harnessed if you have an ideal SEZ zone, SEZ location, it would increase your supply chain efficiency because obviously everything you need, the ecosystem that's required will be existing within that zone, supporting you, so definitely reduce your costs, not just transport costs, but reduce cost, wastage, increase efficiency. You would have improved the infrastructure because obviously there's projects to support the investment that would lead to enhanced infrastructure in that zone. More companies will come in there to specialize and provide those services that would further support those projects. So you would see the emergence of enhanced infrastructure. Then by virtue of investment, there would always be, economic development. It will pursue because money will always pursue value, and there will be this kind of value creation, like jobs will be created. You will attract foreign direct investment. So I needed to be clear there that the investment that is required, that it should attract, should be foreign directly there. And so if you have a strategic location or SEZ, it will definitely be a place of choice for foreign direct investments. And then looking from a sustainability standpoint, environmental especially, if there is efficiency, then likely you would have sustainability there as well because there's efficient logistics. And then of course, it's a hub, it becomes a hub, so innovation will definitely have a place there. Technology, especially in the world that we live in, will thrive in such an environment. Now, I just want to talk very quickly on two examples of projects that integrated strategic special economic zones with their development. One is the ExxonMobil Liza Phase 1 project. It was a deep offshore oil production project that took place in Guyana. They leveraged on a nearby port facility, and nearby is like 150 kilometers from the project site, to the port. It's basically saying that like Egina is 150 kilometers from Egina to Port Harcourt, right? Which could probably be a more efficient hub for supporting that project. So they leveraged on that, and one of the reasons they chose that port, aside from the location, was also the fact that it had good intermodal transport system. So they had rail, it had access to highways, not one road, but like highways. So and you had access to inland waterways, security. The project eventually completed under budget, so they saved $1 billion. I don't want to say how much. You can do your Google and find out how much the entire project cost, because when you do a comparison with how much we spent on our own very prized offshore energy project, the last one, you'd see that it wasn't so efficient as it could have been. Now, the SEZ status of that port also gave a lot of cost savings because of the tax incentives, not tax delay, which we tend to experience within SEZs, but more of like actual tax breaks that are given. And then, of course, they're streamlined and coherent frameworks, policy frameworks. The second example that I'd like to focus on is the wind farm. So we spent a lot of time talking about renewables. The arguments are, there are a lot of people along different sides of the aisle arguing that renewables not going to give us the kind of energy effects that we want in Africa or in Nigeria specifically. And the people saying, well, we can't run away from it. We can delay it, right? But you can't exactly, escape it, as it were. You're going to have to consider it, begin to plan for it, and find a way to execute a plan that works for you and works in our context. So I thought that this was a good example just to see where, harnessing wind energy is working in the UK, and how they were also able to be supported by a strategic green special economic zone, Port of Hull, which also was specialized to support that kind of project. So they're leveraging on specialization, technology, expertise, professionalism within that port because it's been designed specifically to support projects of that kind, highly industrialized. Now I just want to bring it home a bit to our Nigerian perspective. So last year, we were 30 years as far as the free trade zone model is concerned. From the first time we signed the act and adopted that model. This year, 31 years ago. I don't know, I would have loved to do a show of hands, but I'm going to save people, maybe especially government people, the discomfort of having to raise their hands. I'll just say that within us, we could just sort of reflect how would you score our performance, right, typically, in terms of saying how successful have SEZs been in terms of impacting businesses or driving real industrialization in Nigeria and creating that value that they've, has been designed to create. I guess I'll leave you to sort of mull on that. And for those of us who operate from the special economic zones, we know what our answers will be. Presently, we have about 20 active zones. So I think altogether there are 44. But right now, we have only about 20 active ones. And maybe some of them are kind of limping too, but they're active, but limping. About 6 of them directly support oil and gas projects. And I already mentioned a few on N.I.E.S, Lador, Snake Island, which is where Niger Dock is. We have a few new ones in the works. The Brass Oil and Gas City is one being considered. Liberty is also in Akwa Ibom. It's in the talks. Most of them are in planning and development phases, about 3-4 of them that will get that status. And like I already mentioned, most of the oil and gas free zone sites are located within the port. And then some projects, energy projects have actually been accomplished leveraging on some of these SEZs. Now, this is the interesting part for me. Challenges and the opportunities. So I want to just talk about the challenges because the challenges are actually the opportunities, right? Depending on how you look at it. So the opportunities from a public sector standpoint, there are also opportunities from a private sector investor standpoint because every time you see a gap, it's an opportunity to come in there and fill that gap and create value. So one of the things that I observed looking at our SEZs is that there's no clear business strategy when we assign those designations to those locations, right? So what do I mean by clear business strategy? So you have an oil and gas free trade zone. It doesn't have a rail port. It doesn't have a rail. It has one road access. It has no power or any plan on how you power the location. It has no access to oil and gas, but it is an oil and gas free trade zone. So I think that when we do this moving forward, that there should be a more strategic look as to taking those decisions. We also have misaligned political support. So I tried to do some research, some sort of checks. Why didn't you bring your project to this part of the country? Because that part actually made better sense for you in terms of efficiency. And they're like, oh, they scared us away because there was a lot of political thing going on in there and we had to go somewhere else. Yes, I know that it's like sounding like like a broken record, but that's the reality of business in Nigeria, right? So where there's so much political risk and there's a lot of all these other risks that push away FDIs and then make projects not competitive. And we need to realize that the energy industry, it's a global business. So you're competing globally. It's not selling like crayfish in the local market. It's actually going out there and being able to bring the best product at the best price. So if we're not taking these decisions in a way that it enables that, then we're not going to be able to achieve much. Insufficient infrastructure, I already spoke. I don't think that any of the SEZs, whether oil and gas supporting or manufacturing supporting or dry ports like in Kano, have power. So I'll speak for myself as a practitioner. I'm generating my own power in the oil and gas free zone. And I think I've been on this panel maybe 2 years in a row, and I've had the opportunity to have the MD of the Oil and Gas Free Zone Authority seated in that panel, and I have made the same comment. And 2 years later, I still have, no power. I'm still providing my own power, and I've not seen a roadmap to that. So insufficient infrastructure. I also know a terminal in N.I.E.S that's building their own access road. but you're paying in dollars, right? You're paying a whole lot of money every year to be in that zone. Weak ESG protocols, inconsistent regulatory and fiscal frameworks. This is something I've also mentioned before. And I was really looking forward to seeing the new MD of Oil and Gas Free Zone sitting here today, but I don't know if he made it. But because we continue to have a fight with customs. So customs have their own acts. As long as you're consuming it within the free zone, it's tax-free. Once it becomes a finished product and it's leaving the free zone, oh, here's my tax, I slap you with it. So technically, you're not giving me a tax break, you're just giving me a tax delay. So I'm just counting my time, and then I'm more expensive. So if you talk to some of the shipbuilders that used to exist, someone like N.I.E.S, who's situated in N.I.E.S, they used to build ships, and then they stopped. Yeah, village people. They've made me off my mic. They've offed my mic. Oh my God. Thank you. Maybe I was sweating. Maybe I was sweating. It was like Olu Phillips would say, he wanted me to catch my breath. And they made me off my mic, but I will keep going now that the power is on. But basically, I think that the whole point is saying that we need to have policies that are effective and that make sense, right? Coherent, are consistent, and actually achieve the desired result, because what we have presently is contradictory, it causes confusion, and it's not helping us achieve anything. We don't have access to affordable financing, so there's no financial benefit of being in the SCZs. So where, because by virtue of being situated in such a zone, you can have access to certain intervention funds or access to some, cheaper financing or funding, even from not necessarily from the government, but even just by virtue of the banks, and that doesn't exist. Inadequate transport network, which I already spoke about. Like if I take N.I.E. as an example, there's only one highway or road leading to N.I.E. So once the community gets upset, they block that road, bye-bye, to doing any business. And then we have no, even like passenger ferry or jetty trying to access that by water. Yeah, you don't want to be doing that. We have no airstrip where you can have so alternative ways of just sort of moving goods and people in and out of such a zone, such a strategic zone, doesn't exist. And of course, technology is basically driven by each organization that's residing within the zone, developing whatever they can. But as a zone itself, as an authority, what are you bringing in and saying this is how we're going to, adopt technology and add the value that digital transformation brings? So what are the opportunities here? From my standpoint, the opportunity first is, international partnerships. And we saw that in Lagos, right? With Samsung, the relationship between Samsung, Heavy Industries, and Ladol. We saw the impact that brought to the industry. But imagine if it was, better environment, better fiscal frameworks, better infrastructure, better access to finance, just better everything, more efficiency we would have seen. And then there would have been more of such collaborations just sort of repeating themselves around the country, which we don't have, right? So you have SciPem coming in doing their own thing. But if you take N.I.E.S, for example, where we work from, we don't really have that. So for us as a company, building a more state-of-the-art shipyard, we're going out to go find a partner, bringing them in. We're doing a lot of work trying to convince them that this is where they need to be. And it really shouldn't be that way. We should try to attract that kind of partnership, very easily. But we know that them coming on board will bring us operational efficiency, knowledge transfer, more access to technology that we don't have access to, and that would definitely cascade down to, the rest of the ecosystem. Then diversified collaboration. So this is basically just saying that this gives the avenue to just grow that ecosystem. So while CS is focused on supporting the oil and gas industry, there's a much needed ecosystem that needs to exist that supports all of that activity. And if we have these challenges addressed, then those opportunities would emerge. And then, like in N.I.E., we have only one real nice, accommodation place that's very, very expensive, right? Because the rest of the condition of the zone doesn't really support this kind of service to come. So if you make the zone in a way that it attracts other services coming in and rendering that, just sort of making it one-stop shop, adding more value, creating more of this value chain around that, then I think that that would be a good opportunity for our SEZs. So what does the future look like? And I am wrapping up because I know that we're tired. I'm tired as well. It's been a long, long day. What's the future for us? What does it look like? And I know some people are like, we already have like 20 SEZs that are limping and barely active. Now you're talking about the future. Why don't we fix that? But the truth is, there's still an opportunity even with the existing SEZs right now, and then there are new ones that are coming up. Let's not make the same mistakes and just continue to designate locations that would never attract FDIs, that would never have, the kind of intermodal transport network that you should have, that would never be able to build that sort of skilled workforce that is required. So why don't we just sort of look at what is more strategic moving forward with our understanding and information we have? So specialization driven by innovation. I want to just take us back to one of the examples I gave earlier about the wind farm. So in that place, like I said, it was specialized. So you saw the emergence of industry coming up within that port, within that location, that were just sort of targeting renewable projects. So they're building that skilled workforce. Definitely there's technology, there's knowledge transfer going on, investment into equipment and etc. So it became specialized. So and we can drive that through innovation. Then just sort of looking at the global value chain. Like I said, energy is a global business. So we need to be looking at what are the trends. So we're not just, and then what's the industry saying? Where's the industry headed to? So we're not just designating them without thinking about that and seeing how relevant would this location be to where, sort of contributing to the global value chain, so that we're not just doing it for ticking a box and then reading out all these nice things. Then regional trade. Nigeria remains the giant of Africa. No matter how weak we are and how challenged we are, we still remain the giant of Africa simply by virtue of our human resource, our mineral resources, and just the opportunities that we have. So if we know that we're that, starting with West Africa, we can be a hub. We can start to look at how do we create these zones such that they facilitate regional trade, not just looking at going to other continents, but how are we doing it for Africa, by Africa, with Africa. Digital transformation, already spoke about technology. AI, the PIA is already obsolete. I think someone was saying yesterday that, it's in a few years. No. It's moved away from a lot of aspects of the PIA. And that's what's happening in the world. This morning you wake up, there's a new chat GPT. You wake up tomorrow, there's a new AI, facility that is available to you, and so on and so on. And so every day there's new technology coming out. And we need to be on top of that and bringing in that technology, equipping our universities, R&D labs, sort of creating those sort of research and development hubs that are helping us stay at par with what's going on. And then, of course, lastly, environmental responsibility. So in the last 30 years, I do not think that an SEZ has been set up really thinking about the environment, thinking about sustainability. Moving forward, can we begin to bring some standard that respect environmental responsibility into the SEZs, where we're looking at building codes? So I want to just give a big ups to Mrs. Anita Amoile. Maybe she will be coming out with the first blueprint eco port system in Nigeria, basically saying that everything, there will be no waste in her port, in her facility, zero waste. So where everything is being utilized, nothing lost, everything gained. So what I'm saying is that let's not be driven just by an individual who has a personal commitment because she feels that for the sake of her children, let me have green, but let it be a standard. Let's bring some environmentally responsible standards into the SEZ. So in conclusion, we are well positioned, like I said already. We have all that is required. We have what it takes. We just need political will, and I think Mr. Elohos said that today, and we had a couple of other people speak about enabling business environment. It's almost like we could create a song. Somebody should sing the song about enabling business environment with a good beat, because I really don't know, because we keep repeating it every year about what needs to be done. So private sector will define, private sector will go out there, slave, try to bring in the investment. But, you heard Osage give the example with Chevron. They've come back again. He's still there struggling to say, look, let me sell my project to you. So we need the political will. Private sector needs to truly define what it wants and how it's going to get there in line with what the government is also speaking. But we also need that political stand, courage to say, this is what, we have frameworks, they don't work, let's review. We have policies, they don't work, let's review. And then let's implement, and then let us enforce it. So greater awareness, and just basically saying that we can have the SEZs that we want, that the energy industry requires, if we can just tick all these enabling factors and ensure that we stay committed to it. With those few points of mine, I hope I have not confused you or bored you, but that I have enlightened you and maybe stirred up something in you as you go back today and enjoy the rest of the panel session. Thank you very much.
Well, I can tell you for free, Euro, you don't know how to bore people. You only know how to educate and inform people. Boredom is never a part of your presentations. Can we give another round of applause? Thank you. Okay, straight into the business of the panel. Let's go now. Let's welcome Managing Director, Nigeria NLNG Shipping Limited, Mr. Abdul Kadir Ahmed. You're welcome to your seat on the panel. To be joined by Mrs. Orusha Meyiwa Ayesong, Chief Strategy and Sustainability Officer, NNPC Limited. Director, AOS Owell Limited is on the panel. Ms. Charlotte Essett, welcome. There is a panelist who is on his way from the airport and will carry on. Should he make it here before the panel is over, once he gets here, I'll take him to his seat on the panel, and that is, and he won't blame these people from the airport a lot because of what happened in the aviation sector yesterday and today, so we'll bear with them, right? He's the Director General, Nigeria Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, NIMASA, Dr. Bashir Jamo. So if he is he here now? Oh, thank you, sir, thank you so much. I didn't even know. So we can't blame him or those who came from the airport today. It is the issue with the aviation sector since yesterday. That's why he just came in. So thank you, sir. You're welcome. And of course, a seasoned energy economist will be directing this for us. Head of Strategic Partnerships, Energy Institute UK, Mrs. Yewande Abiose. Yes. The floor is yours, Yewande.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for coming today. I know we've just had our lunch, but please try your best to stay awake. I'd like to start off by thanking the organizers. I think this year, someone was asking that. There are loads of people this year. And I was like, yeah, what happened? I think I know what happened. The women showed up. So a round of applause for the women that are in the room. And as you can see on my panel, I have a good mix of women also. So a round of applause for my panel. Thank you. Also, very warm welcome to my men on the panel too. A little bit about myself. My name is Yewande, and I started my career in energy probably about 16 years ago. I've spanned through different careers. I started off as an economist, then an auditor, internal, external. I did some level of business development, and yes, I'm here now. I'm with a company called the Energy Institute in the UK, and our focus is really promoting energy. So anything relating to oil and gas, power, renewable energy, that is our forte. The Energy Institute has been around for 100 years, so we do know what we're doing. Enough about us, and more about what we're doing today. The theme for today is offshore energy, marine, logistics, and economic zones, which ERA has done a fantastic job with. A very wide scope, but what this has done is that it means that my speakers are going to go deep into different areas of energy and maritime. As an energy economist with a keen interest in sustainability, I've long been intrigued by how businesses can manage the ambitions they have and also make sure that they take care of future generations to come. In my experience in all these different segments I mentioned earlier, I found that collaboration and partnerships is key to delivering sustainable solutions. Energy plays a crucial role in maritime. The offshore energy sector is a major consumer of maritime transportation. Now, I saw this data online, and it says that there are 30,000 vessels involved in the industry globally. This includes offshore support vessels, tankers, barges, and other specialized vessels used in the offshore operations. On the global scale, offshore wind energy, for example, is expected to be a key driver of growth. According to the report from the UK government, the development of offshore wind projects in the North Sea alone could support up to 60,000 jobs in the UK by 2030. And this is a sector that we haven't even started exploring at length, in Nigeria, that is. So what's the challenge? In one hand, the maritime industry is critical to meeting the global energy demand, as it's responsible for transporting and making sure that the resource that we need today, we have them timely. However, fossil fuels are also significant sources of greenhouse emissions, which is something that we've all been talking about all through this conference. So to overcome these challenges and to unlock the potential of marine energy, there needs to be a concrete effort by the government, private sector, and also international environment, simply because of investments, and I think Iro sort of touched on this area. So overall, the interconnection between energy, maritime, and sustainability is evident, and exploring ways to optimize this synergy can pave the path towards a new and more sustainable energy future. So the makeup of my panel today will showcase this interconnection, and it will show how exactly that future could look like. Partnerships and energy transformations is the sub-theme for this session. And not only do I have professionals with vast experience in the industry, they also span across the different disciplines. So I'm very excited to have you all today. We have an energy company with Madame, thank you for joining us. We have a servicing company. We have an investment advisory firm. We have a management consulting firm, and also an energy shipping company. We don't have a free trade zone organization here, but we have Iro, which is fantastic. I'm going to jump straight to my session. I've been given just 30 minutes. Apparently, we've run really late today. The plan is to go through all my speakers today, and they'll speak on the themes I've mentioned. They'll just tell us what the theme means to them and how it applies to the companies that they work with. Ladies first. So I'm going to go with Ms. Charlotte Essien, Director AOS, Allwell Limited. Charlotte, can you please speak to us about what this theme means to you? Sustainability is involved in the theme.
Thank you, Yewande. It's good afternoon, everyone. It's very nice to be here again. We're out of time, but we'll just keep it as short as possible. The theme for me is very simple. We've all sat here for the past, 24 hours, and we've heard everybody speak about energy mix, energy transition, what gas is about, how much of partnership can we get between the private sector, public sector, government, and all of us. I think what is key is bringing all that together and understanding what are the key values for everyone. I think one of the values that we should be looking at is collaboration. When I bring with you, you bring to me, I take to A, we bring together, then we have the entire value chain or value ecosystem that we require. The IOCs can today speak about how much of depth they have. The government can say we do not have and we cannot offer. Private sector will continue to service as much as we can get nice projects going. But what is the driver that brings us all? For me, it's collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'll move on to our MD, NLNG Shipping Limited, Mr. Abdul Kadri. Can you just give us a quick synopsis? What does sustainability mean for NLNG shipping, and what does our future look like?
Yeah, thanks, Yewande, and good afternoon, everybody. Glad to be here as well. I think from my perspective, I think it's really, when I was looking at it, it's looking at the imperatives of efficient, effective shipping and maritime services with regards to offshore energy development. And what are those imperatives? It's basically about standards, both safety and operational standards. It's about competence. But most importantly, within the context of energy transition, it's about how we as an industry enable the oil and gas industry to, within this environment of energy transition, within this environment of net zero and carbon, carbon emission, how do we enable to ensure that that sector not only remains competitive, but remains relevant for the future? And that, to me, is what sustainability is really all about. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. I'm going to move on to Mrs. Orichemenyua Eyeson. I tried. Awesome. How does this relate to NNPC?
Thank you very much. Indeed, I think we are all aligned on what sustainability means. We want to bequeath to our children a planet that is habitable for them. We want to ensure that the quality of life that they live is even better than the one we are leaving behind. And to that extent, whatever we are engaged in, and for NNPC, we are engaged in the energy, the entire energy value chain, is to ensure that the decisions we make today are decisions that will guarantee the sustainability of the energy sector for our children. And let's start with some of the recent happenings in the industry. We have all been affected by insecurity in the oil and gas industry. And the consequences of the insecurity are far-reaching, including the environmental degradation of our various communities. So for us, going forward, is to first nip the problems in the bud. And you will agree that NNPC has taken the plunge to arrest, at least to work with the community, to arrest the insecurity issues to a very large margin. Now, the next stage will be to work on the environmental degradation and ensure that we do not have this repeated, these incidences repeated in the future. So we are putting together very robust initiatives, and we will collaborate definitely with the industry. We recognize the fact that each industry player has his own sustainability plans, but for the local community, it's imperative that we work together to address the ecological disaster that we are all confronted with today. So for us, it's about ensuring that we really maintain, what we have, and then bequeath something lasting to the next generation.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Moving on to Iro, sorry, I know you're tired. You've said that to everyone already, but it's your turn now. Can you please just say a few words? I know you've really zoned in on the zones. Can you just speak on sustainability generally? How would you like this to look in the future? How would you like this industry to look in the future?
Environmentally responsible.
Okay.
And I think I threw that phrase earlier. For me, we've already established that oil is going nowhere. So we're still going to be exploring crude for years and decades to come. But I think what is critical is how are we going about that moving forward and not doing it the traditional way. So even if we don't believe that we will be transiting and abandoning crude in its totality, then we should be looking at what sort of new technology can be deployed moving forward that makes the process more environmentally responsible. Because earlier in one of the panels, I can't remember the gentleman who made the statement, he said, Africa is the lowest emitter, he said. But we have, a potential presidential candidate that's trying to move us from consumption to production. So the only reason why we're emitting less is because we're not producing anything, we're just consuming.
Yeah.
So by the time we start producing, if we don't do it responsibly, then we're just going to be another China, right?
Yeah.
So environmental responsibility would be what it means to me.
Okay. Thank you for that. Thank you. Moving on to you, sir, Dr. Bashir Jamo. I think I came to you last intentionally because I think you're very crucial to this panel. It's important to hear your thoughts on how, given the sheer size and scope of Nigeria's maritime domain, what do you think should be the major focus in the incoming administration to build a national blue economy?
Thank you very much, Yaounde. Good afternoon, all. And this is a very timely, I think, summit because the incoming government certainly they really need an alternative source of sustainable energy. But before I mention that, gradually, you know, in the industry, in the armed forces, if you dare address younger officers first before the senior officers, you dare receive the consequences of the senior officers leaving the that particular event. Gradually, you know, last month we said that we celebrate equity for women. And now you are trying to pick women first before men. I think it's time for us. You came, you talk about women. Always you complain that gender discrimination. We don't complain of gender discrimination, but if we don't start complaining now, the men will not be awake, and you will be able to be left back at the end of the day. At the portal like this, and when we get home again, we receive such kind of tickets. So I think I better let my fellow men get to know. Thank you so very much. You are tactically asking for the agenda of the administration in terms of the blue economy. And blue economy, you know, we do it on daily basis, like issues of fishing, the issues of shipping itself. I'm glad to see my brother here sitting down to talk about shipping, the issue of shipbuilding industry, the ship repair industry, and now the sustainable wind energy. United States and Europe spend billions of dollars in trying to create a very good wind and solar energy. And in 2022 is one of the years that we spend a large chunk of our own resources in building the wind and energy. I think it's highly and timely for this administration to concentrate on such areas. And on the issue of agenda, you know, paramount on achieving sustainable blue economy, there must be a good governance. Good governance must be at the front burner. I always call this as the enabling triangle. First of all, you have a good governance. How do you identify and see, or you see the key performance indicators in good governance? It's the policy formulation, interventionary policies. So government must have a very deliberate policies to ensure that they target maximization and sustainable energy as well as the blue economy. So this is one pillar. The second pillar should be security. You can achieve anything without security. So definitely, if you want to achieve a sustainable blue economy as well as sustainable energy, the issue of security must be in the front burner. I'm glad to announce that, you know, last year around this time, we have been battling on the issue of maritime insecurity, whereby attacks continues to happen. But from 2001 to about a month ago, we have been celebrating zero attack on the issues of maritime insecurity until the last 4 weeks. Even the last 4 weeks, the two attacks that we experienced, one, we successfully, you know, got the ship with the CPRs intact, without any harm. And the second one, we made some arrests. Very soon, I think we'll make the situation known to Nigerians. So in other, not to forestall the issues of security, I don't want to divulge more information on that. What I'm just trying to say that we are getting things right on the issue of maritime security. So this is the second leg of the sustainability. The third leg is the infrastructure. We must build our infrastructures. If our infrastructures are not well coordinated, then we will have a problems in what we do. Then finally, you know, the coordination, cooperation, collaboration, and communication among the players, be it private sector, public sector, stakeholders, they must key into the government policies to ensure that we achieve sustainable blue economy and sustainable energy of wind and solar. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I think I'm going to go straight to Abdul now because he's just raised a very valid point that I think, should connect with you. And it's all the commitments. He's telling you of the fantastic work they're doing in Amasa. He's explaining to us about the governance and how that's so important, and also policies. I know that you mentioned to me before now the importance of standards and how international standards are fantastic. However, we need to domesticate them. It needs to relate to our environment. What works in the UK may not work here. I know Iro also touched on the importance of local content, not just Nigeria local content, but regional local content. So I don't know, can you please touch on a bit on standards? And we also know the fantastic work you're doing in NLNG shipping, by the way. So feel free to boast about that too.
No, thanks. So I think Dr. Bashir has actually touched on something that, and within the context of Nigeria, we have to use our resources and our people to empower them and develop our economies. But to do that, we have to do that, as I think Iro mentioned earlier, responsibly.
Yeah.
And doing it responsibly standards, not just on paper, but we put in deliberate actions and efforts to maintain that. And that will require competent people, and therefore continuous training and development is quite critical to ensuring that we achieve those standards, both in terms of operations, in terms of safety, in terms of efficiency, of competitiveness, but most importantly in terms of our carbon emission journey. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I think one thing that is resonating here is, you did mention NIMASA. So some of these standards you're talking about, that in itself talks about collaboration and how for you to actually do this domestication, you actually work with the regulator to get this done, and that's very important. Another thing I'm hearing a lot of is efficiency. When people hear sustainability, for some weird reason, they automatically connect it to renewables. But the idea is really what you have, how are you managing it? How efficient are you working? And Charlotte, I'm going to throw this at you. Being a servicing company, you work with different clients, different IOCs. You're advising them to some level, you're procuring for them and things like that. How would you explain how seriously they take energy efficiency?
So as AOS Orwell, we've worked with all of the major in terms of the marine industry, we've worked for a lot of the majors in the oil and gas sector and power. One of the things that I like to walk around, especially when we're talking about margins, is that we have a small subsector when you look at all the budgets that all of the major companies have assigned for themselves. And this you hear, especially when they're doing their earning calls. There are too many linkage sectors that cuts across all of us right here. You have the technology guys, you have aviation, you have the marine guys, you have basic power like we were analyzing. And when you look at all of them, what is key to unlocking the economic growth? It's certain things. How do you link ourselves with yourself as the operator or the legal guys, is basically understanding how we all come into this major ecosystem. How can we deliver that? If we look at SNEPCO tomorrow and say they have done well, it's a collaboration again. It takes us back to how we can harness the potential that Abdul will have as NLNG shipping, or as Iro will have as STAR's investment, to make sure that whatever they're building in terms of their ship, the ship owners, is sitting well. And then ourselves, so what we're doing basically is measure possibly automation, or possibly instrumentation, or possibly technology. When we all sit together and have that blueprint that says that we must deliver on this so that all of us in the entire value chain make the overall project work. At the end of the day, we all go home and our invoices are signed. But what is key is that the project is delivered. And so it's the same partnership and it's the same collaboration.
So what this means is the solution to the problem is here.
Yes, we're here.
Fantastic.
We're
okay.
here.
All right, at least we know we're solving some problems.
Off your mic. I have power, I'm not hero, I have energy.
I needed the breather though. Hello. Hello. Okay, so we're going to go ahead because I have a very loud voice. Can we all hear me? Yes, because we need to go home soon. All right, so I'm going
So I hope my voice is as loud as yours. So let's try and connect. It's not working.
Not back, not back. It's not back.
Can you hear me?
They try. They try.
They say they can't.
Hello, hello.
Not back. It's not
Hello.
back.
Hello.
No, it's not.
By the way, do we have any questions? Oh, it's working now.
Yes.
So let me try and link one of the points Obuefun, made, during the intro to what my brother here mentioned. He zeroed in on cost competitiveness as one of the elements of sustainability, because you have to be cost competitive to even survive as a business. So we talked about these SEZs all over the place, and not fully optimized. One of the things NMPC has championed is cost optimization in the industry. We do recognize that as individual operators, we, of course, work to optimize our cost, but there are opportunities that still exist when we worked together. So tying that with the last point made by Charlotte of collaboration, it's important that we identify some key major cost drivers and see how we can optimize. And the SEZs, I think, is a very, very good opportunity. When we conceived Lador, it was supposed to be a major hub in West Africa. So when I hear you say this is what it should be, it's really quite saddening, because the concept at the time this was initiated was that it would be a major hub. But today, the projects did not come as we had envisaged, and then we have operators who are going solo, everybody wanting to have his own SEZ, when we can
collaborate,
harmonize, and then optimize the cost. So I think it's important that in pushing through the sustainability agenda, we cannot overemphasize the need for collaboration to drive common costs. There are costs that are common across the industry. You talk about logistics costs today. it's one of the key cost drivers for Nigerian operations, you know, and we are talking that, we're saying that the cost in this climb is excessive. So if we do not work together to agree that we will optimize facilities and, you know, there's no way we can move forward.
Yes.
So I think this is an opportunity, and it's something that we need to really leverage to make it happen.
Thank you, ma'am. Iro, yes. Iro, you've given a very great presentation, and I like that you focused more on what the future, what the ideal should be like. You did put in some snippets to say things like not one road, you know, highways, meaning that in some situations when you came down to our region, you did say they have one road. So we knew what you were talking about. So my question is, and I'm sort of putting you on the spot here, what's the dream of collaboration? Everyone's talking collaboration partnerships, and everyone's saying it's not happening. But what does that even look like to you? Because if the solution is all of us coming together, can you sell it to us? Like, what would that look like? Would that change our minds on how we work today?
Well, it was Charlotte that said collaboration, so she should be selling you that dream. But I will just take a leaflet from her book. I think it'll be multi-pronged, from my perspective. So there will be the collaboration that's between stakeholders, so maybe private sector, which Madam had already sort of alluded to say how could we optimize what's available and then sort of just to take advantage of the opportunities before us. And then there'll be the angle of collaborating with public sector. So that'll be regulators, agencies that play a role in your success or in our success. So there would have to be transparency on the private sector side, which is why I guess a lot of I've actually had this debate maybe 5 years ago on a panel, very, very powerful panel, where we spoke about why private sector is not coming together more. And there are a lot of things around value systems, trust, the place of trust, the place for principles, and basically transparency and credibility, just not being able to really find that mesh between most players and people not just having that. So if we're able to increase the currency of trust amongst private players so that there can be ease of that ability to come together and really just mesh together, which can come from true transparency, basically, right? Open book. And then also have a government that listens. Just earlier, I was talking to some very senior egbons of mine, and I was just saying, why can't we just have these things done with like a broken record? Like, I think they're just tone deaf. They just don't want to hear. If we could just have a listening public sector, right, that's really determined to engage and take on board that feedback, right, and deploy. So it's not just to say that we're engagement, stakeholder engagement, but you're taking the feedback, you're acting on it, you're bringing on more of the expertise to say, help us to achieve it, because there's a lot. And I think Ms. Elohos said that earlier, that are we ready to support government? So it's not just placing a demand on government, but are we ready to support them to get us to where we want them to be? And I think that we can have that if there's authenticity of purpose and there's genuineness in just wanting to really, give us that ideal scenario and ideal situation. So it just comes down to those two things, like I said. Private sector has their bit, and then, of course, the collaboration between private sector and public sector. And let's not forget, please, very important, the collaboration amongst the public sector as well. Where you're not having a multiplicity of taxes, of laws, of regulations that end up contradicting each other, creates a lot of confusion and havoc around, right? So just having them also collaborate. So it's just sort of going around. That, for me, would be, wow.
It will be the dream, yes. Thank you for the
Let
dream.
me add to Iro. One more thing that we can add to that collaboration mix is the community.
Okay.
Let's not take those guys for granted. Those guys own that project with all of us. It's not them and just us. It's us together. They're also a stakeholder. If you let those guys out of the bag, we'll be in deeper problems than now.
Right.
So I like the public sector conversation, I like the private sector, I like the government, but the community has to be on that table. Thank you.
Thank you. Doctor, would you like to add to that too?
Well, I think I've already mentioned this under the 4 Cs, the collaborations, coordination, communication, and coordination. We must be able to key into this in everything we do. And as she mentioned, the issue, oftentimes we do forget about the community. There is nothing we can do, we can achieve with that. You see these security issues, if we involve the security and the communities, it's going to be very easy to give us intelligence information that we can be able to deal with. And there are so many ways you can key into that. On the side of government, I like what the stars mentioned. We need to look at the way of doing things, not duplicating functions, duplicating issues of taxes and other things. We want ease of doing business. We certainly can't be on our own. We need investors. You can't have investors. You can't eat your cake and have it. That is supposed to be a win-win situation where you can allow the private sector operate in an environment where that is competitive with the international global best practices. So that is the only thing and the way ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to throw it to my audience now. We have just about 60 minutes left because I just gave it to myself. Do we have any questions for any of my panelists? I think we have one. Any other questions? Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir. Sorry, can we get the mic to the gentleman in white, right? There was someone that put their hand up. 2 questions, okay, great. No, over there. I was wondering, where's the second question? Okay. So we're going to go ahead and start with Madam Fumi. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I think it's been a very, very good panel from the ladies from WIAN who have made fantastic presentations. Apologies, Doctor, but I have to highlight the importance of having women on a panel. And I'm really sorry, Mrs. Iyesan, to put you on the spot, but I want to ask you a question around what you've said about, and we built the concept of the free zones was good. We built them expecting the projects to come, and they didn't come. And I would like, my question is, what do you see as the role of the NMPC in making sure that these projects come? Because in the earlier panel, when the MD of Shell was talking, he was alluding to the fact that they themselves in Shell, they have a strong pipeline of projects that every 2 years we sit and knock off and they roll them out, but they don't get taken they don't pass FID stage. So, and it really boggles my mind, like why? What is the thing that we need to do to unlock those projects? Thank you.
So thank you very much, Fumi, for that question. So let me just take us down memory lane. At the time Ladol was set up, we were expecting quite a number of deep offshore projects. And what inhibited those projects was basically the fiscals. We all, as industry stakeholders, battled to get the PIA, or the PIB at that time, passed. We got to the point where we thought we were seeing the lights at the end of the tunnel, but that didn't happen. And the earlier sessions, alluded to, 20 years, we've been on the same journey. Finally, we got it passed last year, in 2021. And today, we are on the operational mode. So we see quite a number of projects. We are talking with our partners, and we see a pipeline of very promising projects, going forward, especially in the deep offshore. So I want to allay your fears. The major inhibitor to the projects was really the PIA. And now we have that, we've crossed that hurdle. I'm not saying that it's all hoo-hoo, but at least we are working with our partners clearly on the table. At least we are on the table, and I think that's very, very important. We are on the table to progress these opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we have the second question quickly, please? second question. The gentleman with the white filler. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Mike Dollar, the president and CEO of the commodity bank, cocodile.com. And my question is for the DG Nimasa. The blue economy is a very massive industry. Lately, I did a case study in Egypt, Cairo, on blue economy, and it has a lot of capacity to create jobs, because last week, N.I.E.S, did inform that the unemployment rate is skyrocketing to over 40%. And I would like you to educate us and also to tell us how we can drive large foreign investors into this industry to create thousands of multiple jobs. Because if you look at the land mass in compared to the waterways, there's a lot of water opportunities for Nigeria. And please just guide us on some of the areas that this incoming government should look at when it comes to employment and job creations for our large numbers of youths. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think this is a very wide question, but I will see what I can do to summarize it in 2 minutes. Blue economy, as I mentioned earlier, is something that has been around within us. The concept of blue economy came up in 2012 when the United Nations tried to focus more attention on the issues of blue economy. And in so doing, what they are just trying to remind us is to look around us, what we have, and we should concentrate in harnessing and maximizing, tapping the resources. And from that time till now, a number of researches has been conducted, and the blue economy is estimated to be the 7th largest economy in the world, just after Britain, and immediately after blue economy, the next is Brazil. And it's estimated to have about $24 trillion annually. And also in terms of employment generation, it can generate about 350 million employment annually. Now, when you are talking about the concept of blue economy, you are talking about the national blue economy, the regional blue economy, the continental blue economy, and the international blue economy. Now, you talk about investors. Now, that means you are talking about the international, continental. Most of our neighboring countries, solely rely on Nigeria because of the size of the country and the economic position. Till date, Nigeria is the largest economy in Africa. So we have 853 kilometers spanning from Badagry up to Bakassi around Calabar. And every area you go, it's like you are traveling from Lagos to Abuja. You meet different soil. Different soil produce different crop. So also the span of that water. Different segment of water. Even the layers. You have about 5 layers. The type of resources you can get on each layers are different. Some kind of, aquacultures that we have, they may not like sunlight. They go a little bit lower, like that up to the bottom of the seabed. Now from the seabed you get oil and gas. That's also a blue economy. It's part of blue economy. We lay cables. The issue of Google's, the NCC and other things, marine cables that you put under the water, all these are blue economy. Now, if you forget about the issue of ocean and seas that we have, which is spanned to the international. Internally, we have over 10,000 kilometers of inland waterways. What can survive in our own seas and ocean can also survive in our own inland waterways. In these inland waterways, we have over about 28 states that can be accessible with our inland waterways, with about 5 neighboring countries that you can access through inland waterways. So you can see now, if you take the oceans and seas that we have, by Supreme Court judgment, we have 8 neutral states that are connected with this. Now take example, the issue of tourism alone. Let me take an example of Bar Beach. Even a person that is beating drum can earn income and go and feed his family and children. You talk about the people providing shelter, selling minerals. All these are part of blue economy when it comes to the issues of tourism.
Yeah.
You didn't go about the issues of hospitality industry and other things. You have to build infrastructures that you can now build number of hospitality industry. You come about the ferry services and so many other things like that. So please, I will urge you to see me after this lecture.
Yes,
I can give you something so that you can listen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you. I must thank all my panelists. We don't have a lot of time again, but it's very evident that collaboration and partnerships is the key to achieving the sustainable future we're all looking for in the energy and maritime business. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you for your contributions. Please, I know there was one more person that had a question. Please feel free to just catch one of them afterwards. I think we're just to take photographs now and allow the next panel to come on. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for listening.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Blessing, please, can you proceed and give them our NIES plaque of appreciation? And once we're done with that, we're going straight to the concluding panel for today. We thank you thus far for your cooperation and understanding. The panel coming next have assured us that they'll do the best they can to release us from here before 6 p.m. So please, yes, let them get the plaques before the pictures. The plaques before the pictures. Blessing will give them the plaques before the pictures. All right, thank you. Do we have all the plaques now? Please, let's just give us the next 30 minutes to conclude the next session. Arrange the pictures properly now, is that all? Okay, Madam Blessing, you need to be in that picture. Okay, one more. Okay, let's do that one more. Please, let's give them another round of applause. Thank you, Yewande. Thank you to all. Blessing, join them in the picture. Join them in the picture real quick. Let's do that. Please take the picture real quick. Thank you very much. And once they're done with the picture, I want to appeal to you, distinguished delegates. Allow them take their seat because we're going straight to the next panel. Please allow them take their seat. Thank you very much. Allow them take their seat. Thank you very much. Thank you. Allow them take their seats in the sofas. Thank you very much. Please take your seat. Madam Ayesa, take your seat. MD NLNG Shipping. Thank you very much. Charlotte, Hero, thank you. Yewande, thank you. Please take your seat. Dr. Bashir, thank you very much. Please take your seat. Thank you. Thank you. Photographers, please. Please. Thank you, photographers, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please take your seat. Dr. Bashir, thank you, sir. Please take your seat. Okay, so for this session, we're looking at energy access, mix, and innovation showcase for this session. We'll have a quick lead presentation, and thereafter we'll get the panel on to start the conversation. For our lead presentation, I'd like to quickly invite the Head Investment and Technology, the Head Investment and Technology Promotion Office, Nigeria for UNIDO. Please let us welcome Mrs. Abimbola Bibi Olufere Wycliffe. Mrs. Wycliffe? Why is Madam Wycliffe? Blessing, can we please get Wycliffe from the speaker room if she's there? Leaving here, finishing here before 6 will be nothing short of a miracle for me today. It will be a real big miracle. Can we get Olu Phillips and his panel into the room, please? Kunle, Where's the panel, please? The panel. Is Wycliffe there? Wycliffe? Photographers, please kindly take your space or seats. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's now welcome the Head Investment and Technology Promotion Office, Nigeria for UNIDO. She will be doing the lead presentation before I call up the panel, after which you take a seat, of course. Mrs. Abimbola Bibi Olufre Wycliffe, you're welcome. Okay, everybody's going together. Is that what you're going to join the panel? Okay, please take your seat. Please take your seat. Real quick, everyone, please. Let's also welcome Managing Director, Blue and Services Limited, Mrs. Anita Omoile. Engineer Rasak Obeis, Commissioner for Energy and Mineral Resources, Ondo State, you're welcome. Executive Vice President, Gas, Power and New Energy, NMPC, Mr. Mohammed Ahmed, you're welcome. Managing Partner, Detail Commercial Solicitors, Dolakwa Kukui, you're welcome. And of course, Olu Phillips, welcome back again, our moderator for the session. The stage is all yours, moderator, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Okay, Richmond? Richmond? We can start?
Yes, please, go ahead.
All right. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, panelists. Good afternoon, everybody. We'll just make this as quickly as possible, and that's why we're bridging, we're having an abridged version of the protocol in terms of how we should have gone with this. I'll ask Ms. Bombiola to quickly just rush to that stage and give us her opening thoughts, because she's got some slide, but we've asked her to do a bit of compression, and so that we can take this conversation on. So the conversation has been on in the past 2 days. It's been about commercial considerations. If, like someone said, if someone needs to bring money into Nigeria, what are the commercial considerations? Are the IOCs friendly enough to the point where if the problems uniting them gets distilled, will they still remain friends? They may be unanimous in what is happening here in terms of what we want to go to as regards energy sustainability. We've talked about issues around energy access, renewables, energy mix, the Nigerian reality, and how we intend to oscillate that, and perhaps either catch up with what the world agenda is on energy transition. Are we transiting? Are we joining the transition conversation? Or are we facing the realities of the things we can control? Someone mentioned earlier in our chit chat that there are some elements that are within your control, and if you have those elements, natural elements within your control, it gives you some kind of edge in what you decide to do if you're moving ahead with energy sustainability, energy access, and powering your economy. So there's a link between the gas in the ground, the infrastructure, the commercial framework, how you translate that in making sure that your population benefits from a powered economy, energized economy, and that's where power comes into. I'll say all of that so you get ready. Are you ready?
Yep, I'm ready.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I will, if you permit me, stand on the existing courtesies. It has been a privilege being a part of NIES, the 6th edition. It is my very first time here, and it's been filled with a lot of insightful discussions, as well as a lot of lessons to take back with me. My name is Abimbola Olufore Wycliffe, and I head the Investment and Technology Promotion Office at UNIDO here in Lagos, here in Nigeria. Okay, So a lot of the things on my slides, it won't take me 5 minutes to go through these slides because most of the things that I have on my slides have actually been said in this room and in conversations one-on-one. And so I will not be repeating most of them, but for the particular ones that I feel need emphasis, I would, put some emphasis on it. So yes, it is true that 13 billion people across the globe are in energy poverty, and we realize that indeed there is an energy gap that needs to be filled. When you bring it home, here in Nigeria, over 200 million people need energy, and 62% of the population lack access to electricity, especially in the rural areas. We have millions of people that lack access to modern and reliable energy services. And if we look at the efforts of Siemens under the Presidential Power Initiative, 2023 should have been the year that we'll be unlocking 7 gigawatts, and there's nothing like that happening, and it's already April. So you begin to wonder, what exactly are the issues? Are we self-sabotaging, or is there really inhibitions that we need to face realistically and address as a people so that we can be emancipated from this situation? So just a few facts. These numbers are actually 2018, and I know the recent ones are a lot lower, but we have about 600 million people right now that do not have access to electricity. In 2010, which is about 10 years ago, it was 1.2 billion, so that number is fast decreasing. We have other metrics here on the global electrification rates reached, and the people gaining access to electricity per year is at about 150 million. But when we look at these numbers, and we look at our numbers in terms of energy generation or power generation, I think what we are failing to address is the energy per capita. Because we can have 25 gigawatts, but if 25 gigawatts is serving 200 million people, the energy per capita is still going to be low. So that means we're not including a certain number of people, and it's a large number of people. So we need to start to address things in the context of energy per capita and start to see how we cater to the last mile. Within the room, we have addressed how there is no access to clean cooking mechanisms, and in the rural areas and even in urban areas, the access to electricity is abysmally low. So, under current policies, we have an estimated 650 million of global population that will be out of access to electricity in 2030. I work for the UN, but there's a reality that strikes deep. We cannot achieve the 2030 goals. There's nothing we can do now in 2023 that within 7 years we'll be able to make those markers. But we can accelerate our progress towards those goals. And that is the context in which I need us to start to look at these things. So, needing universal access will require a lot of things. We can see here political commitment, combining grid and off-grid solutions, long-term planning, even short-term planning, because sometimes we just don't have the short-term plan. Our plans are probably too big and grandiose that we're unable to achieve them. And there's nothing that audits regime in, regime out, that audits the performance and say, why don't we do an after-action review, and why don't we rejig things and tweak things just so that they can work? I think in Nigeria, we need to be really focused on making things work rather than having one plan after the other. Somebody mentioned in one of the panels, if and only if the plans get implemented. Is this an implementation problem that we have? If we look at global trends, when you look at market trends, one of the largest utilization of the fuels that we produce is, goes to automobiles, the transport sector. Right now, we have the cars that use combustible engines, with conventional fossil fuels. There's a sales ban by a few of these companies. If you fast forward to 2030 and then even 2045, in the next 20 years, most of the brands that we'll know would have banned the sales of vehicles that use conventional fuels. And for some of them, they would even stop the development completely. So we really need to hurry up, right? Going into the sustainable energy transition, there's been several definitions thrown around, and most of them have been spot on and correct. The only thing I would say here is that indeed there is no uniform process for energy transition, because it varies based on regions and countries. Our realities in Nigeria is not the same thing as the realities in Germany. And even in Germany, at some point, after the crisis, the energy crisis, because of the war, all the coal plants were fired up. So that, at the end of the day, didn't just disappear, it was a backup plan. We don't even have that baseline backup plan. So if we leapfrog into renewables, we have to go into it with a full intentionality and awareness of what it is that we're doing. And this goes to buttress the fact that our energy transition game is long range. It's going to take us years. And we have to find ways to produce fossil fuels that are cleaner. We have to produce gas that is cleaner and use that gas to help us to get from where we are currently to where we want to be. But in getting to where we want to be, you cannot get to a destination that you have not been able to define. You cannot go to a place that you don't know, except probably using GPS. But then even in GPS, if your definition of where you're going isn't accurate, you're going to end up in the wrong place. So I think what we need as a country is to define exactly where we want to go, how we want to go there. And this time around, a very good point that was raised in the last panel is that there's a new government coming in. What is going to be the outcome of this summit if we do not have a communique ready with advocacy champions that will take it to the new government to say, these are the things that we deliberated on. These are the changes that we need to see. These are the things that must happen. And like the MD SNEPCO said, we should also be ready to help government to do it, because it's not just one party that is responsible. We are all responsible. It would be a shame to come back next year to NIES without results that emanated from this particular summit. That should be the first things that we should be celebrating, about the executive orders that were put in place because of the communique of this summit. We should be rejoicing and celebrating about the contracts and the deals and the implementation plans that are now going to be funded because we agitated and we pushed for it. They have heard us all right, but it doesn't end here. There has to be a follow-through. So I charge this to everybody here. We need to follow through. The road to zero is long range, as I said. But if you look at that road to zero, 28% of that achievement would come from reduced demand and improved energy efficiency. We're talking tech here. We're talking tech. This is not brick and mortar. So tech innovation in the clean energy space needs to get funded. We need to ensure that investment is coming into this space. I would want to see the OPTS, the IPPG, and every other group present, as well as the operators, begin to fund startups, something similar to what Olon is doing. Fund startups so that we can have homegrown solutions that will deliver on decarbonization, that will deliver on carbon capture and storage, and even the production of blue hydrogen. So we need to do it, and the energy lies here in this room to make it happen. And I'm hoping that indeed this time next year there will be structures that have been put in place to make it happen. So coming from us as a United Nations agency, our recommendations to achieve energy transition and access is nothing more than what has been rehashed over and over again in this room. So we need to explore new investment options tailored to energy transition and access. We need to develop the future workforce. The human capital development is key. Technology and innovation are here. We're seeing a lot done with artificial intelligence. Robotics will play a big game in this sector. We need verifiable data, and that comes from research and the inclusion of academia in this ecosystem. We need collaboration. Collaboration that will be synergistic and will lack competition, because competition won't get us anywhere. Right now, we are trying our very best, and in trying our very best, as we have come together under specific umbrellas, we need to ensure that we're honing that, and the advantages of collaboration will be delivering a low-carbon future. And of course, our policies have to work and not somersault. They cannot be cannibalizing, existing policies or new policies that are going to come. The policies and the regulations must go in tandem. And these are the things that we need the legal experts in the room to help to keep checking and rechecking again so that we get it right. Going on recommendations, and I guess this is my last slide. For the UN, through the review of the Sustainable for All reports on energy transition, we need to scale up renewable energy by 8,000 gigawatts by 2030. And this is global. We need to increase energy efficiency and improve the rates, and the efficiency improvement rate from 0.8% that it is currently to 3% annually. And we need to invest in physical infrastructure for energy transition. These things need to happen. These slides will be left for you to peruse if you want. I don't have to go through all, but what is strong here is that we need to tailor labor and social protection policies to regional needs. We can't do it alone as Nigeria. We are rich, but we have neighbors that can buy from us, and we can leverage their expertise. So let's do it. Let's create regional energy markets that would work. And if we are truly going to privatize or liberalize the energy markets, let the market dynamics set into play so that investors will be encouraged to come. And I think this also has a lot to do with government and the types of guarantees they give the investors so that they can actually put money down. And that investment doesn't only have to be FDI. There also is local funding that can be tailored towards the energy transition. So I think that is my last slide for you.
Thank you very much, Bibi. Please, let's make her feel welcome. You can come back to the panel. And I'll quickly appeal to the media, if you can leave the last two recommendations, starting with the second to the last, which kind of, for me, is like a summary of everything that is being discussed so far in this conference. Can we have it back? Because that's going to form the footnotes. We're going to do a lot of tweaking to, yes, the second to the last. Then we can call for the last much later. Before this. Thank you. So, I mean, if we all look at this, we see that regardless of the order, we see policy. The last panel, someone was talking about collaboration, harped on it very seriously. Human capital development, the gentleman from NLNG talked about capacity versus competences and how to interlink both of them. So we see human capital development, explore new investment options. Clearly, no doubt, that's what needs to be done. The Apple secretary yesterday talked about the Energy Development Bank, as it were, or an energy bank where alternative fundings can be provided, policy the policy guys were here earlier, and when we synergize all of this, I think we're beginning to draw home what the solutions to the conversation will be without preempting what will be said even at this panel. And it leaves me with thinking and contemplation as I lead on to Engineer Mohammed Ahmed, Executive Vice President, Gas Power and New Energies NMPC Limited, to share your thoughts. I think one of the things that may be bothering, that may be part of your daily thinking would be how to industrialize Nigeria with gas, which is what you control. We have it and we control it. Engineer Mohammed, let's have your take as we drill down on energy sustainability, looking at taking a dressing from what Bibi made in her presentation. I see a lot of global perspective to what she said, but there needs to be a drawdown into the Nigerian context. I see the 2022 to 2045 fossil fuel exit in terms of cars and all of that. I don't know if the aviation is also considered in that, because if we all drive on EV cars, I don't know if the planes are going to be EVs too, and all of that. That's one. And somebody alluded earlier that we do not control the components. For instance, if you talk about wind power, some of the components are not part of the business ideals or business ideas that have been discussed here. That's one area to consider. Very beautiful point on energy per capita. And I would ask myself, did the regulations before now, ongoing, the reforms, did they envisage the transition that we are discussing, or we are just trying to align as we go ahead? Engineer Mohammed. Just
okay. Thank you, Chief Olu. And I'm not sure that by the time you leave in this hall, the president of the Nigerian Society of Engineers will not arrest you. But that is just by the way. To take off, I first of all have a lot of concern when we look at energy transition as if it is an alien subject. Ever since the creation of human being, energy has been in transition. And except if we take the whole thing within that context, we are going to get nowhere, because we will not understand why we are where we are. And we will not also get to that destination that we think we want to get to. Just some historical background. We started looking for energy when the forefathers were using stone and cotton wool to heat and generate energy. Then we got to a stage where they used the stone and a metal. We moved away from there, and then they were also using, I don't know, the blowouts to blow some of the deposits of, is it tin or whatever? And then from there, they use it also to heat and begin to manufacture hose and cutlasses. These are transition timelines that we had over the years. But what has it led us to as far as the developing countries are concerned? We have gotten to the level when we were also using matches, we moved to matches, lighters, we're going to kerosene, and so on and so forth, gas, and now they are saying, let's move to wind. But what have that done to us? And I was happy when I learned that Madam Bimboise will put up a slide that shows me how energy is going to be gotten. And then I have seen that a bulb was put on the screen that is showing light. I don't need light in Nigeria. I need energy that will power the instruments, the machines, the equipment that will generate employment for the teeming youths that we have in this country. If you take electricity to the villages and just put it for them, that is not what I want. So if I cannot go into the productive sector to produce goods and services for the people, I will just be using that light that I will generate from sunlight and wind to just give them to iron their clothes that will be imported from outside. And I believe that our per capita income will never grow when we go along that stride. So for us, energy transition within the developing countries and even some other parts of the world is not to be copied hook, line, and sinker as the United Nations would want to suggest. I agree with you, we need to transit, yes, quite. But how do I transit? I have a lot of deposits of minerals that I can use to develop my economy. You're asking me to abandon it, go back, come back, and borrow from you again to buy your technology, which will substantially continue to undermine my development. So long as we don't look at this from this perspective, then we are not going to get to that destination of world power or even economic development. We aren't going to see that. Now, coming home to gas, renewable energy, and coal. We, in the process of transiting, will pay attention to cleaning the gas that they say in courts is not clean. At least it's better than coal. So if we clean the gas, we believe it should take us to a period and also a level that will say that Nigeria has come of age, we have industrialized, and therefore we can go back to wind, we can go back to solar, because we have also gotten the industries that we want. Go back to history of recent, UK has transformed itself from a production economy to a service economy, and it is having its consequences now. The United States has also moved, or is also trying to move out of production into service. Thank God to COVID, we've seen it, everything has been pushed to China. And therefore, China has always been accused of being the most pollutant country on earth. Why? Because all the productive sectors, companies are there. Everybody sends whatever he wants to be produced to China, and then they can use coal, whatever energy they get, produce, and then push it back into the other developed countries. So our area is clean, your area is dirty. Why? Because I don't produce, you produce for me. So if really, Olu, we want to be fair to ourselves, we need to ask the question, what do we want to be seen to be doing as a nation? And I believe the most important reason that we will profile here is that we want to see a country that develops industrially. Otherwise, those people that we see on the streets, we are calling them almajiris. All of you here that have millions in your bank account, you will never stay in your houses. Give it 5-10 years from now. Without employment, all those people will be carrying hatchets, guns, and whatever to pursue all of us. And we cannot use that one using wind energy to do this. Thank you so much.
Okay. When we were having a quick chat, I suspected he was going to do this, and I begged him. I said, "Sir, don't," and he's gone that way. So permit me to use this cliche. I'm getting confused now, right? And I'm going to say from his last words, I'm asking myself, okay, so what exactly do we really want now? What do we really want? Want to industrialize, want to transit, or is government people that are holding us, want to do business? The businessman says government is not allowing me to do my business very well. Eventually, maybe after we get the business, the components for our businesses will be taken to China. China becomes dirtier. We become clean. We look good in front of BB. And Nigeria is clean. We'll get all the grants we can get because we are clean. They say we are clean. We're producing clean. We have gas. We have hydrocarbon. The Niger Delta guys' business, those guys that go to site, co-producers. There is confusion here. And I think we need to, like I said earlier, expand the conversation to include maybe now labor. Labor needs to come in because you talked about the Siemens deal I understand that that document or those things were signed because it was a G2G, but the guys didn't really know what our power problems were because they didn't really do a good, couldn't get into those power plants to know where the challenges are. Those weak transmission lines, they didn't know where they were. Our president signed with the German chancellor, just give us light. So they don't know what they're going to give us now. Because the transformer may not be what will work. Maybe they give us 2022 brand new transformers and you start it, your bulb will not carry it. So there's a lot of confusion here. I mean, so how do I go back now to what we're talking about? So it's crazy. We saw something during the cash crunch, and this is not like making a joke out of what we are doing. We saw something during the cash crunch, and Naira did redesign. Suddenly, it seemed like we now became aware that our banks were not as strong as they said they were, right? Yeah, all of the postings, all of the Fitch ratings, all those things. We are the best bank in Africa. We are the best bank here. When you come to the airport, you see their names, but you couldn't send money and it would get to the other end. And suddenly the fintechs now took over. So you ask someone to send me your account number, let me bless you. He gives you his telephone number. I said, what's this? Is he a bank? I was forced to ask that a few times. He said, no, he's, sorry, he says OP, yeah? He says OP. I was OP. So maybe we'll all sit down here one day and a small summit will be happening somewhere. Those are the guys collecting the money because they've seen that we are still quarreling. And they will just take the business and just... We have a lot of generators in Nigeria, but do we have gas generators? Huh? Versus diesel generators. Gas generators. We do? In good numbers? The same way you can buy the 35, 65, 100,000 naira generator. Do we have that? But that's a business that's waiting to happen. Now we're talking about gas, right? So before we get electricity everywhere, let's now convert to gas generators. So that the same way our telephones, the boys didn't go to school to learn how to repair it. But as soon as they saw that technology, good phones are coming, smartphones are coming, Nokia is out, BlackBerry is out, they all learned how to repair it on the street without having certification. So you are talking about all the grammars around telephony, there's the Ministry of Science and Tech, there's Nigeria Communications Commission. They don't know those ones. They'll fix your phone, change your screen for 150,000. If you don't want, take it to US and go and trade it and pay more money. That's your headache, right? But, so if we convert, say, for instance, to gas generators, yes, so we'll have more people, employment, who will now learn how to repair gas generators. So it will look like the mechanics who move from repairing your contact set to the kind of cars you guys have now, right? So the businesses are there. I think we are just doing a lot of big stuff, right? It's good. But we can still unlock that with what we have. We are still importing generators, for instance. So let's go and import and do gas generators, everybody. And run with your CNG. Oga Mohammed will give us gas. I don't know how, but they'll give us CNG. So that we have more taxis like the ones in Benin, that you open the boot, there's no space, there's a cylinder there. Right? All right, yeah, so let's tear it down, right? I know you're doing some things with, you've transited already. Yeah, you know, I'm coming to you now. I'm coming to you, madam. Yeah, you guys have done something at Deep Blue Energy Services in terms of transition. And I know when you hinted on it, somebody was like, okay, that's your office now. Does it cover the whole building where your office is? You're just being selfish, maybe. Tell us a bit, and let's continue the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your own lecture and everything. So, first, my principle in life is every problem becomes a money maker for me. You get? So, when I was in my old job, local content was very big. By the time I was thinking of leaving my job, I was just targeting on the fact that, man, it's time to be one of the local companies. And I knew the challenges that the multinationals faced when it came down to getting the right services from the local companies. So I went in there with a sole aim of when I work for a client, they want to keep me working for them. Now, in the same breath, in the industry, we noticed there was the whole compliance issue. That meant things needed to change. If you needed to get the right kind of support in your business, you need to toe in line and work in that same direction. So, of course, I followed through. So that way my business was growing. Now, interestingly, you get to a level where you think you've totally arrived. And then this millennials and Gen Zs and Alpha, I'm playing the big auntie, I'm feeling very cool with myself, and then the next thing they say, you're killing the earth for us. So I'm basically looking at them and thinking, when my grandfather was driving a Porsche, he was a big man. Then we transitioned, we started driving big car. Now I'm feeling like a big girl, and you're telling me I'm seriously killing and polluting the earth. There'll be nothing left for us. Then later on, I noticed the trend. The fintech guys, they're basically controlling the global economy. And a lot of the big multinationals woke up and realized that a lot of the key decision makers were actually these smart guys that wanted to make sure there's a future for them. So right now, it's more of they need the planet to stay so that they can enjoy what they believe we have destroyed, right? So for me, in my normal, how do I get in and make sure that I'm compliant? The only thing constant in life is change. And man evolves as a result of the need to meet up to the challenges that one is facing. So I knew immediately that there was need to start to work towards how to transition. My journey has been on for the last 10 years. In fact, I think every year I come for this conference, it almost seems like they are pushing me a step closer to where I am going to. So I started off with first getting the right location, looking at what are the right SGS goals when you want to start and work in a business, ensuring that all the factors are put in place. Succeeded in that. I met all the challenges you could think. If anybody was around last year, I think one of my biggest challenge was getting the agencies to give me approvals. And I think one of my line was, if you can't support me, don't frustrate me. Fantastic thing about it, because I remember after the conference, one of the agency person that was on the audience, he took my card and he said, if you have any issues, call me. I don't think he thought I was really gonna call, because I did call, and the truth is that helped out. So I am now where my journey of how many years? I have a great team. Aside the millennials that are all about being green, we succeeded in finally making our current, I'll say a stopgard office, 100% green. So we're basically providing solar, and we're off the grid. But like Olga said, it basically powers just the electronics in the office. We had to retrofit to make sure that we're not using less energy consuming equipment. And it's amazing how a lot of things right now have actually been adjusted to be able to use less power. So it means that you can actually power a lot of things like your AC and the rest. Previously you couldn't when you're using solar, but you can actually do that now. Now, going forward, still on that drive, we are moving to what will be our main office in Lagos, and we'll be generating 60% of our electricity. It's an 8-story building. We'll be moving in there hopefully by the middle of the year. Steve, my guy, he's over there, and by the time we do that, we'll be one of the greenest buildings you have in. Now, when I start doing stuff, now I'm liking the fact that we're getting a lot of support globally on it, and like, hey, it's sounding very, very good. So our ambition on having an eco-industrial park. Now, an eco-industrial park in the sense that we are trying as much as possible to use clean energy as much as possible to create what, in quotes, Lou, when you said China production is like during COVID, right? In fact, before COVID, I'd been thinking about the fact that in China, labor is cheap. That is why a lot of manufacturing is there. And the truth is you can actually get cheap labor in Nigeria also. So then I was already thinking, if you can take some factories out of China and just bring them to Nigeria, and then get Nigerians to start working, we can actually have a hub out of Nigeria, and then start exporting to other African countries, even export it back into Nigeria, since the plan is, quote, we stay within the trade-free zone. So that has been the thinking, and that's where we're going. Now, this year when I got the invitation to speak, and I got the topic, and I was like, oh, amazing. Every year it's like God is saying, well done, girl, you're doing the right thing, you're on the right path. So on my panel, I have the lady from the UN, the investment bit. We already have 100 hectares that we're basically working on, right? We're looking at solar and gas. So when I saw gas, I was like, oh man, you know, this is God sent. We are definitely, and interestingly, there's a gas pipeline going there. We've looked at opportunities of looking at hydrogen. We even had offers of a test case using cryogenics. But in as much as we wanted to be as green as possible, we did not want to be a guinea pig. I think my time is, yeah.
So quickly, I don't know why I had a few times asked for the town hall to be expanded, because as she also spoke, I saw the need to bring in the Minister for Science and Technology, the Minister for Commerce and Industry, Trade and Investment, so what this conference should be doing is, as we finish a session, maybe the next day, all these guys will sit down. If you have issues, they come with their team, they come with a mini office. As they come, the ones that can be sorted out here will be sorted out here, and we'll move on so that we don't go back to the same conversation again, because so please, Secretariat, you can note that, bring them all in here. They hear what the problem is so that they're not reading executive summary from their people and not understanding what we are talking about. Because if we talk about science and technology, everything we are saying here aligns with what Mr. Mohammed had said. So industrialization, keep the jobs here, keep the service industry here, keep the production here. You grow. However you generate this power, if it's clean enough, the technology will grow. We have the fintech guys. Then yes, the Minister for Education. So the curriculum also needs to change. Yeah, because those living in the university are not privy to this kind of conversation. So they get employment because they read elect into companies, and they don't even understand the policy and direction of the company. Yes, they may have read about Shell, read about Mobil is an oil company, but do they understand the speed of transition of these kind of conversations? So they come in, you send them out for training, they finish there, they consider staying back, come in, do one more year and just leave. So Minister for Education, come in, retrofit the curriculum, and we can have a synergy end to end. So I will come to the lawyer in our midst and quickly ask, yes, let me just get that quickly. And ask you, I did put down something, I'm thinking which one I should ask you, but should I ask you, let me ask you why you think it's important for us to accept innovations and the changes that are happening as you begin to consider that in terms of sanctity of contract and commercial balancing, where, for instance, if somebody wants to bring his money, bring China to Nigeria, we will still need a lot of funding. The policies have to be right. The alignments have to be there. Is the question a bit clear?
Yes, I think I kind of get where you're going, and thanks for the opportunity, and thank you to organizers. Just listening in this room, I said to myself, we have so many. I think one of the things that we need for an energy transition is human development, and we have so many brilliant people in this country. As in, I sit down and hear people talk, and I just wish that our talking could just be results, because they would have actually gotten us centuries ahead. But that said, I'd like to bring Olu's question into the context of where Mr. Ahmed Mohammed is coming from. And it is, we have gas. Why does someone have to tell us what to do? Or why do other countries have to tell us what to do, when we didn't cause the issue? How much are we remitting? Why? And I just have a few reasons why we need to, and that should answer the question about why we need to innovate and why we need to start thinking about how our energy transition will look like. The first thing is that we can't divorce ourselves from the rest of the world. Whether you like it or not, even if you didn't cause where climate change is at today, you have a country of over 200 million people. Almost half of them, or if not more than half of them, are at risk of what climate change could portend, even in a state like Lagos, when we have floods. We see extreme weather and all of that. So you, first of all, have a responsibility, just as a citizen of the world, to preserve the world for your children, to try and do your part. But I totally understand the point, but I have this gas in the ground. Why can't I use it? And I'm unindustrialized. I'm not as industrialized as the other countries, so what do? I think that Nigeria is very well placed to diversify and try to chart its way through its own energy transition in its own way and in a way that will actually decarbonize. I say that because in terms of resources, hydro we have, the sun we have, gas we have. So we are actually well placed to chart a course. Why are we not doing this? Okay, let's just hone in on the gas. Yes, we have the gas in the ground. Unfortunately, that gas is going to stay in the ground if we don't do certain things. We haven't been able to even get our gas infrastructure going. So we are building AKK, hopefully it will get there. We have the ELPS that always has issues. We don't have gas infrastructure all over Nigeria. But we can't even get gas infrastructure all over Nigeria right now because obviously of the huge costs. But there are other ways to do it. We can get that gas to certain parts of the country and also get it distributed through other channels. You know, to people who are trucking and all that, of course, that requires roads and all of that. But what am I saying? We need to have the commercial structure. We need to have the structure that incentivizes people to bring investment into the country. Now, what is our reality? Our reality is that who funds infrastructure projects now? Do we have an African bank? We have a few African banks, yes? So we have AFC, it's an investment bank, it's funded by Nigeria. We have Afri-Exim. How many Nigerian projects are they funding today? Why are they not funding it? Nigeria has money in those institutions, major money. Why are they going to other countries and other countries that are even smaller? There are issues. So we need to take some very pragmatic and audacious steps. Otherwise, we'll come every year, you know, and we will do this again, which is kind of very, very tiring right now. Yes.
Richmond, sorry. There's a government person here, and quickly, why is it easy for me to call some big men together, for instance, by way of speaking, and say, sir, I want to do this business, so it will require like 50 million or 100 million. And he says, what kind of business is it? He said, I want to be bringing in this thing. He said, okay. Have you checked it? I said, I've checked it. Say, if I put money, how much will I make? You tell him. He puts his money. We have people who can put money in investment in some of these things, but how come they don't put it? Maybe they don't see through enough in the businesses. So we talk about banks. There are individuals who have the kind of money or some monies that we can also ask them, pull the funds together, tell them that put your money on this, it will work. Maybe that's an option. But as we talk about renewable energies, the opportunities that have been created perhaps by the recent quick passage, something the president did, allowing states to be able to generate electricity. We have the Indo State Commissioner here. How is your government looking at it? How are you looking at the renewable prospects? How are you looking at access to energy for the state? I don't know the connection, but I know that you guys have a lot of bitumen. It may not be connected to this, but there's a lot of bitumen. So maybe you should have the best roads in Ondo than any other state. I don't know the connection.
Thank you very much for yet another opportunity to be here. I was here also last year. First, I would like to quickly mention what has happened in the past few years. The event at the National Assembly recently is a watershed for Nigeria, where subnationals have now been given opportunity to not only generate, to transmit, at the same time to distribute power for the first time in our history. So kudos to the men and women of the Ninth Assembly. Other things government has done, the AKK project, we do hope, is currently at 43% completion. When that is done, the issue of gas access across Nigeria is going to be abated, and especially when you also have the opportunity to advance the Trans-Sahara gas project, pipeline project, to deliver our gas to Europe, so that our worth of over 200 trillion cubic feet of gas could be unleashed. Having said that, what do we do with the current issue of access? Access can no longer be described from the standpoint of having access or not having access. We need to go into the realm of what quality of access, affordability, capacity, the duration, what time of the day do you get what power, and of course, legality. You talk also about safety and environment. So many layers. For Nigeria, everyone has mentioned, no need to rehash that just a small percentage of the population has access to reasonable energy. But can that change? The answer is an emphatic yes. The mention of the 25 gigawatts power proposal from Siemens is beyond just mentioning. This is the first time our country will be taking such a quantum leap. It's a point of inflection for our country in the next 2 years when our operational 4 gigawatts will move to about 25. That's unprecedented. Then from the transmission standpoint, about 10 of transmission substations will be completed in the next 2 years. My state is taking delivery of one in about a month or two, and another in the course of the year. That's significant. So where we should focus on is getting access, providing access to the people by focusing on the last mile infrastructure, which is distribution. I see it where on a daily basis, I get memos from the average people, from the ordinary people communities that are directly affected about about outages in their neighborhoods. What we are doing as a government is spiking our spend on distribution by 900% this year, because when you have some stronger quantum of power from next year and the year following, and you have your transmission infrastructure in place, you realize that the so-called power crisis in the urban centers of Nigeria is going to disappear. Scaling is possible. Now flipping to renewables. What are the options? Popular one is gas or cleaner energy. Let's get on the Escravos-Lagos pipeline system and ensure we get the maximum we could pull from it. But new things are happening, especially the hydrogen space. Can we begin to look at how to build our electrolyzers at industrial scale right here and power the same with solar? Nigeria has about 7 kilowatt hour per square meter per day solar isolation. That is superior to what obtains in the average European country. And if we optimize that, in no time, we could generate much more power than others are getting some other places. One of my colleagues mentioned...
Sorry, Honorable Commissioner, I'm listening quickly and I'm just quickly going to ask, I've not heard that.
Okay.
Is that policy going to favor on those states? Is that something you're thinking in isolation to the things you need to tap into, the federal lines again? You're talking about transmission, which is federal government. So that indigenization, does it pay you quickly? Are you looking at it? Is this something you can tap up quickly in on those states, for instance?
That's an emphatic yes, in the sense that the state now has the opportunity, the regulatory level, licensing rights to call organizations to come and do what the DISCOs are doing today. So you have this franchise that used to be granted before by NERC, but subnationals can now grant their own licenses and get organizations to distribute power. And while they're doing that, we'll also ensure they are doing the same responsibly.
All right, Richmond is on my neck and there's a lot going out there. I wanted to run us all through, but he says he's not sure we can get 10 seconds from each person. But anybody that wants to, I'll be standing, but if you know you can do 10 seconds, maybe 12, then I'll ask you to run a quick summary. Otherwise, I will hand over back to Richmond. Anyone? 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 Go ahead.
Hello, okay. So my last words would be, we need a holistic plan, and we need everybody in that plan. We need everyone, every stakeholder from the top to bottom in that plan. At federal level, at state level, very happy what I'm hearing on those states say. Most businesses happen in states. Everything that happens in states. So states do have a role. But for us to make this energy transition work, it has to be a holistic plan that is not only reliant on federal, it must be reliant on everyone else, so that people like Iro, people like Anita can bring up all those innovative ideas.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Anyone? Thank you very much, distinguished panel. Okay. Anita? We are taking more 20 seconds. I think we're done. Thank you. Thank you very much. You've been who? Done.
Okay, yes, so I do. I wanted him to go, but he wants me to go first. Steve, just go the video. It's just...
What second is this video?
Oh, no.
It's less than any second.
No, sorry.
We want, excuse me.
I stole his time.
No, there is no... It's just going to play. He can talk.
Okay, just hold on, please.
Okay.
The video can play, just pause, technical pause. The video can play when we're taking pictures, that's fine, yes. But we need to close.
But you need the background for the picture.
They are on my neck
to
close the session.
Apologies for how we drove this. Apologies. Thank you.
Thank you. Blessing, please. Can you give them the plaque? Thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, give them a round of applause. Thank you very much. We need to close the session. Thank you all. So there is a drinks reception going on right now by the VIP lunchroom at the end of the exhibition to the left. Then there is the NMPC chairman hosted dinner at the Transcorp Hilton, Lagos Ocean Hall. For all, that dinner is strictly by invitation, but all event sponsors are invited to that dinner. All VIPs are invited to that dinner. Every other delegate, you are requested to access the dinner via an invitation. Okay? Thank you all very much. Tomorrow morning, we're out here again. Please be punctual. We'll not be expecting the Vice President nor the President. Tomorrow will be the Nigerian Gas Association Day at NIES. Tomorrow evening will also be the Nigerian Gas Association dinner and awards and change of leadership. So please let us all be out here tomorrow. Can we go ahead with the video technical? Does it have audio? If it has audio, just go ahead now. I'm done with announcements. Okay, hold on. Just go back to the holding slide. They don't get the picture. Sorry about that. Go back to the holding slide. Okay, go ahead. Shoot the picture. Photographers, are we good? If we are good, then go ahead with the video. Thank you.
I'm delighted to see so many people here from the past and also a number of new people who come to join us today. I think it's a wonderful opportunity for us to embrace new relationships as we go forward.
It is my pleasure to welcome you all to the 6th edition of Nigeria International Energy Summit. This summit provides for us a unique opportunity to come together, to share knowledge, insights, and to discuss the challenges and opportunities that face the energy industry globally.
The theme of this year's summit is topical, as it resonates with current operating landscape and is truly thought-provoking. Global perspectives for sustainable energy future. I'm sure participants will spend the next 4 days deconstructing this concept and what it truly means for our industry within the Nigerian context.
We expect that deliberations during this summit will identify solutions towards sustained development of Nigeria's resources, particularly gas as a transition fuel.
We are promoting the development of cross-border regional energy infrastructure. We see this as critical to making energy accessible to our people. We want to banish the mindset that our people are too poor to buy energy, so we have to look for those with the purchasing power to buy our energy.
The Nigeria International Energy Summit (NIES) is the brainchild of the Buhari administration, and I'm extremely proud of what the summit has become in the last 6 years. It is therefore my privilege and honor to declare the 6th edition of the Nigeria International Energy Summit open, and I wish you fruitful deliberations. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.